Good morning, distinguished guests. I'm very excited to be back to this public annual conference by TDI on site and online. So this is a hybrid seminar. Today, I would like to invite all of you to think along how can we adapt Thailand towards low carbon society, which is a very important question that Thailand is facing. We will start from a discussion why Thailand needs to adapt to its low carbon society. How can we do that? So these are the pictures that summarize the events that took place this year. It is not even the end of the year, but so many events are going on that reflect the global warming or climate change, which I would like to call, which is global warming problems which becomes more severe and expand much broader, starting from this year, which is the year of the record, that the ocean is the warmest year, and in the future, it will break the record again. It's the year that was forecasted that during summer, the ice in the polars will no longer exist. It is also forecasted that leaves of some trees may not be able to synthesize the light because if the world temperature is increasing until trees cannot function properly. And the Secretary General of UN said, call this year is the boiling, we moving towards from global warming to global boiling. Since many incidents happening naturally, it can affect human beings. In India, large number of people die from heat wave during summer. Surpass Panama, which connects between two oceans. They are facing a lot of traffic problems because the not sufficient water in Panama and as far in 100 years in Hawaii, and also global warming and climate change, not about heat and drought, but floods as well. Most recently, floods in Chongqing. There was a major flood there. In some countries, floods could occur temporarily, but in several countries, floods and rising sea level may cause those countries to be sunk. I went for a diving trip at Maldives, which is like a heaven. It is beautiful, but did you know that from 2009, the cabinet of Maldives organized mobile cabinets, like in Thailand. They go to other provinces, they go under the ocean in order to have a meeting one day. If people are not doing anything, Maldives could be under the sea. And this year, small island countries in Pacific, which is called Tuvalu, announced a plan to amend the constitution and said that they will create a metaverse world because very soon they will be sunk under the ocean, but they want to maintain sea border. That's why they amended the constitution, even though they would not have territory exist, but they still the border. Thailand is at high risk from climate change or global warming at very high level, even though we emit greenhouse gas only 1% of the whole world, but we are ranked number 9 from top 10 based on 20-year statistic. As extreme weathers happen about 146 times or 7 times per year. We suffer the loss of 1,000 billion baht or 320 billion baht, and the loss will become severe. And the risk in Thailand is similar to many countries. We face major drought in the central region during previous administration, and soon large drought also occurred in 2011. Last year, we faced some drought as well. But what is more challenging for Thailand is that once we have rising sea level, and the central and lower level could be sunk under the ocean as well, which can have impact on the economy and the society, on the livelihood of the people, on property, houses, that we will suffer a lot of loss. We need to with for precious things major floods, bushfire, extreme drought, and heat wave. These are four major catastrophes that we need to face. Humanity is required to focus on two areas together, uh, adapting itself or adaptation, and we need to mitigate greenhouse gas emission or mitigation. We'll be focusing on mitigation or adaptation, which is a big problem. We will be discussing on adaptation during public annual meeting next year. What are the differences between mitigation and adaptation activities that can contribute to mitigation, such as using EV, saving energy? This will reduce greenhouse gas emission and also slow down the temperature increase. These are the efforts on mitigation. But for adaptation, in any case, the world will have higher temperature, but probably around 2 degrees Celsius. Comparing with before industrial revolution, the world will change a lot. Many problems will occur. How can we live in the world at that time? These are adaptation process. We need to adapt in order to cope with emerging natural disaster. We have to adjust infrastructure as well. So activities can contribute to mitigation, such as designing smart grid. Smart grid can respond to global warming better. At the same time, that will have less energy loss by education. So how to cope or how to mitigate or reduce greenhouse gas without incurring high costs, and they can adapt to climate change as well. So we need to do this hand in hand. But these two activities are different. Thailand has limited resources. We have to think carefully how much we should invest on mitigation and adaptation. How can we find a balance? In order to reduce carbon or mitigation, the important question is that if one country such as Thailand can reduce greenhouse gas emission, our countries in the world can benefit equally. We can reduce the greenhouse gas in the atmosphere. Each country will try to pass the burden to other countries in reducing greenhouse gas emission, because countries that contribute to greenhouse gas emission reduction will to carry the burden. There is another effort, which is adaptation. If we build more sea barrier, preventing floods, our country would benefit as well, while other countries might not be concerned. So adaptation activity, there's no external pressure for adaptation activity. It's our own efforts. We have to take care of ourselves in order to be able to survive. But those are the differences between mitigation and adaptation. Adaptation is a very large issue for Thailand, which is very important for Thailand. No one will be pressuring us to have our adaptation activities. We have to invest by ourselves, and it will be long-term risk as long as global temperature keep rising. We'll be discussing next year. And this year, we want to talk about another urgent matter, this mitigation, because international community will pressure Thailand to adapt. Pressure will increase if we do not prepare. We cannot cope with this problem. Will try to exert on Thailand international agreement or Paris Agreement, which mandate our countries to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Some countries may charge carbon or carbon tax, such as European Union. They adopted measures which entered into force in October this year and can have affect a lot of goods imports into EU in the next 2 years, which is called CBAM. You put pressure on a lot of goods to reduce greenhouse gas emission, and regulatory agencies such as ICAO in aviation industry, IMO in the navigation. They want the member countries to reduce greenhouse gas emission, both direct investment in stock market, capital markets will have a lot of impact on those who rely on foreign capital, such as listed companies or banks. They need to put a lot of effort in order for those who receive the fund to reduce greenhouse gas emission as well. Other than business sector, government sector, civil society, and the general public put a lot of pressure as well on movements such as NGOs, consumers, staff, and trade union, and put more pressure that Thai business cannot do business as usual on greenhouse gas emission. And also, citizens in general are quite alerted as well. Thailand cannot do nothing if they don't accelerate the greenhouse gas mitigation. If general public more aware, and if we cannot adapt, it can have a lot of impact on our economy and society. One thing which is very important is Paris Agreement in order to reduce greenhouse gas emission that you may already know, but some of you may not know. Paris, what is the effect of Paris Agreement? Paris Agreement wants our country to cooperate in order to reduce greenhouse gas emission, not not exceeding 2 degrees prior to industrial revolution, or not more than 1.5 degrees Celsius. But the difference of 0.5 degree is quite crucial. It can have effect on global ecosystem, not something that we can open and air conditioning and increase the temperature. But 0.5 degrees Celsius has a lot of effects. The coral reef can survive or not. It depends on this small difference of 0.5 degrees. Paris Agreement focus on achieving net zero. I will explain to you what net zero is within the second half of this century, by provided that our countries have to submit NDC, nationally determined contribution, and they have to review NDC every 5 years. And an observation is that Paris Agreement is mandatory process. Our countries have to submit NDC, which is subject to 5-year review, but nothing mentioned about how fast they should reduce greenhouse gas emission, which is not really strictly mandatory. But this is something that can trigger other activities. I would like to explain one important concept, which is misunderstood sometimes in Thailand, the so-called carbon neutrality and net zero emission by becoming zero emission on greenhouse gas. Starting from, we need to reduce greenhouse gas emission or emission reduction. We need to reduce by carrying out many measures so that we can achieve carbon neutrality. If we try to reduce greenhouse gas, but some carbon dioxide are still being emitted, they have to purchase carbon offset or carbon credit, and then afterwards we want to achieve net zero carbon, we have to have carbon sink, not only purchasing carbon offset alone. Next, after net zero carbon, net zero greenhouse gas. When we talk about net zero in general, we mean net zero greenhouse gas by reducing carbon dioxide emission alone. We need to reduce all types of greenhouse gas emission become net zero. So there must be a carbon sink and greenhouse gas sink as well. If we can succeed in achieving net zero carbon dioxide, net zero greenhouse gas, then we can be carbon negative. So Thailand set the target in achieving net zero in 2065, which is something which quite remote because we might not think that is important. But if we look around, international communities set the target of reducing greenhouse gas emission. We have come across one fact. We set the net zero slower than many countries around the world and slower than many countries in this region, which can have impact on Thailand. Today, some countries can achieve net zero already, such as Bhutan and Suriname. Some countries in European Union or even in Scandinavia, they set the target in 2030 until 2045. These are countries that are quite alerted in doing this, and a large group of countries that set net zero target in 2050, at least 63 countries. Majority of countries, it is concentrated here. From European Union, developed countries such as USA, Canada, Japan, South Korea, including countries in Southeast Asia, such as Singapore, Malaysia, Vietnam, and Laos, PDR, our neighboring countries. They set the target for becoming net zero quicker than Thailand, 15 years faster than Thailand. Or countries which is called global factories, such as China, set the target in 2060, which is quite worrisome that Thailand set the target of net zero in 2065, which means that we will adopt different measures much slower than countries in Thailand, and it would project negative image on Thailand for other countries to decide to invest in Thailand, even though the targets that I mentioned may seem quite challenging. But if our world will want to achieve the maintaining the temperature not higher than 1.5 degrees at the end of this century, we have to accelerate the speed in reducing carbon dioxide. How fast? We have to do 5 times faster. This is the main challenge of humanity. If we can cannot catch up, we can be impacted. We can be the one that create pollution in the international community. Zero target is not only country's target, but it's the target of leading companies as well. I would like to explain this concept quickly. When different companies set the target in achieving net zero or carbon neutrality, they will consider 3 parts: the volume of carbon and they emit, which is called scope 1, emit from factories directly, and the scope 2 from electricity consumption. This is important as well. And to accelerate the power generation sector, and scope 3, emitting carbon dioxide and greenhouse gas from upstream suppliers and downstream from distribution center. These 3 scopes are very important. Scope 1, scope 2 will come first, and scope 3, we will be pressured to do this. Since Thailand emits carbon less than 1% of the global carbon emission, why we have to accelerate this process? Because now pressures that are exerted on Thailand, there are additional considerations. Reduction of carbon dioxide can have direct benefit for Thailand. Immediate benefit is the production cost reduction by using renewable energy saving can reduce production costs for Thailand. This is the direct benefit. Another part will benefit for the society, reduce health loss by emitting greenhouse gas emission occurring at the same time as emitting other pollution such as PM 2.5, such as the fossil fuel. Each year, Thai people die from PM 2.5 and it causes non-communicable disease such as heart disease and non-communicable disease more than 31 persons per year. And also we would lose health year for 6,600,000 per year. That person would have a shorter lifespan, and a lot of time would spend on treating sickness. So 10 years time would be lost. The total number of years is 650,000 years. In order to reduce greenhouse gas emission, Thailand can attract foreign direct investment better. We can have soft power. Thailand can become a country that is interested in well-being of our countries. We see the importance of greenhouse gas mitigation and carbon dioxide mitigation. Dr. Prasan mentioned at the opening, which is very important, by seeing the value and consciousness. If we can realize, understand our value and consciousness, it's like organizing one event. Several agencies have good intention when they organize an event. If they still emit greenhouse gas, they would purchase carbon credit, which is quite admirable, but they cannot do this on our activities and every day. So we need to consider public policy as well. And I will explain. Public policy is much more than purchasing carbon credits that politicians attach importance to, because government has a lot of resources and government has a lot of power and law. At least investment from the government, such as public transport that is efficient, can reduce a lot of GHG, and public procurement, purchasing green products, can reduce GHG as well, and encourage people to use goods and services that contribute to GHG and standard of energy, green energy, building standard, which is green, something that government can do. And all these measures can have as much impact as another measure that is not often talked about, which is about calculating carbon or carbon pricing. In practice, carbon pricing can be done in two forms: collecting carbon tax and limiting the amount of carbon dioxide that each company can emit, and allow them to purchase carbon offset from elsewhere, which is called carbon trading system, or ETS, which is used in some countries. The advantage of carbon pricing is to limit the amount of collecting carbon tax, can reduce the cost on emitting carbon, which is cheaper than other methods, that create incentives to create innovation and generate income for the public sector for other benefits, and can encourage international cooperation as well. If we rely on carbon trading system, we can connect with foreign markets as well. So the concept that we would like to propose to Thailand, Thai government, and Thai population, it is necessary for Thailand to mitigate carbon dioxide emission. So one important method is carbon pricing. Then other methods could be used in order to complement this. Well, carbon pricing has gained popularity rapidly. At least 93 countries and 23 local governments are already applying carbon pricing, covering 23 of carbon emission. As you can see on the slide, in green are those countries that are applying or about to apply ETS. In blue are those countries who are using carbon pricing or about to use and those other countries they use hybrid system. So it take a big leap forward, such as China, EU, Japan, South Korea, South Africa are applying these measures. And how can we apply these measures in Thailand? What are the pros and cons for carbon pricing? One way is ETS, another way is carbon tax. As I mentioned, there are similar advantages. It can reduce carbon dioxide efficiently and lower cost than relying on government measures alone. And it can bring about other benefits, such as health benefit for Thai citizens. So both methods theoretically are quite similar. The only difference is different in design, and they can be designed similarly. But the factors that Thailand should take into consideration, which method is more suitable for Thailand. And we can see that ETS has advantage in we can determine the amount of carbon dioxide clearly. We can set a quota for each individual factory or agency so that we can achieve NEC easier. And secondly, if we set the quota and allow carbon trading to take place, we can connect to other countries. These are advantages of ETS. The advantages of carbon pricing is that research can invest easier. They can calculate the cost of each ton of carbon, which is different for ETS. Prices may vary according to supply. Government to forecast the revenue easier, but it can be easily applied because we can rely on existing tax mechanisms, especially excise tax, without having to find a subsidiary market before the market would have sufficient liquidity. We have to spend a lot of effort. That's why we propose that Thailand just use carbon pricing by collecting carbon tax. And if how much tax we should collect when we look at other examples around the world, the tax rate are quite diverse, starting from Scandinavia in European Union per ton of carbon emission is rather high, almost $100 per ton. It depends on different period times to Asian countries such as Japan, Singapore, and South Korea in calculating carbon per ton stay around $5 to $20 per ton. There are a lot of options in calculating carbon pricing and the level of coverage. We can depend apply to some sectors or overall. The proposal from TDRI, we propose to collect carbon tax into system in parallel. Firstly, carbon tax for exporting certain goods to certain regions that are collecting carbon similar to CBAM of EU that I mentioned in the beginning. With this method, we can collect from factories producing goods in this category, such as aluminum factories. We can collect tax at the production cost of countries who charge carbon tax from us. If we don't do it this way, importing countries will earn from the difference. That's why it is quite straightforward. Thailand should not lose this revenue by collecting taxes in this sector. Another part is collecting other energy from energy sector, such as from the power factories, and also those who trade in fuel, such as diesel. We propose that we have to collect taxes in both systems. Carbon tax, which is called CBAM, price of carbon in Europe can vary, and they fluctuate. Most recently, around €100 per ton. Why we need to collect tax, carbon tax, in order to prevent Thailand from losing revenue from tax collection. If we don't collect tax, such as in EU would think that we charge carbon price lower. So if we allow this to go on, Thailand will not earn this revenue. Revenue would go to EU. That's why we need to collect this tax. But we don't think that we can generate a lot of revenue from this, because the main reason being that goods in this category mostly are from heavy industry, which seldom have international trade. They're heavy, they are too expensive to be exported, and it's quite limited, even though they tend to plan in the future. Revenue on this part will not be that much. So substantial revenue would come from collecting carbon tax from energy sector in order to create incentive to reduce carbon dioxide emission and to generate revenue for the country. We propose that it should go to a fund. We can collect according to the volume of carbon dioxide used in, if carbon dioxide, if diesel emits more carbon than benzene, we would collect more tax. It should start from lower rates and increase gradually, which can give them time to adjust themselves. For those who have to pay tax for food export for CBAM, we can have tax rebates as well, so that there will not be double taxation. So the carbon tax that we offer can have what impact? If we start from low rate tax, similar to examples that I mentioned, around $5 per ton of carbon dioxide. After calculating this, we can generate revenue for the country about 30,000 billion per year, considering the consumption last year, and price of benzene will increase around 1.1%. Diesel price, which emits more carbon, will increase by 1.4%. And the price of electricity in general will increase around 1.8%. One observation is that by collecting low rate tax, which would not have a lot of impact on the general public, and it cannot contribute so much to reducing carbon dioxide, around 1.1 million tons or 0.4% on carbon dioxide emission. It doesn't have a lot of impact. But another method that can create more impact, which is reducing diesel subsidy, in particular price of diesel fuel, which is quite high. On your left, the graph of net tax collection, which is happening now for benzene and diesel. Net tax is excise taxes that are collecting now, including local taxes, which is connected to excise tax and fund for the diesel. If we calculate net taxes per ton carbon, benzene is being collected slightly more than $1 tax, which is quite similar or even higher than carbon dioxide price that is being purchased in Europe. For benzene price, when after tax collection, we can collect carbon tax indirectly similar to Europe. The problem is that when for net collection for diesel, even though excise tax is charged, but they receive subsidy from the diesel fund. Diesel fund subsidize diesel fuel, which they subsidize around $16 per ton of carbon. So what the difference is much different than carbon tax in Europe, more than $100 per ton carbon. This is a big problem. By having diesel subsidy at high level, cause at least three problems. Firstly, no incentive for energy saving and emit more carbon dioxide, which can have adverse impact on the health if we use diesel for old engines, such as for old trucks, and cause a lot of burden for oil fund, because the oil fund is in negative, around 70 to 80,000 billion baht. So by reducing diesel subsidy, you can have benefit by shooting two birds with one stone. So other than this tax incentive, we should review other state measures as what we can do to collect additional tax. We divide state measures into three areas. So supplementary measures on reducing carbon, it can benefit a lot. In particular, power generation reform, improve the infrastructure, public transport infrastructure, enhance energy use efficiency, and reduce pollution emission. This should go hand in hand with tax measure and overlapping measures. If we already apply tax measure, we should cancel all this measure. But purchasing renewable power at special rates, so we can abolish this, and contrary measures should be abolished as well, such as fossil fuel subsidy or diesel fuel subsidy. If we collect tax $5 per ton of carbon, but we subsidize at $60, collecting tax would be in vain. Once we generate the revenue of 30,000 baht, and how do we use this revenue? We propose is that the revenue should not be government revenue, and the government would spend in order to give allowance to people. If we have to adapt to greenhouse gas emission, we will not have any resources left. We could establish green transition and adaptation fund. We should carry out key activities, helping in mitigation activities, helping business and household reducing greenhouse gas emission. This part is half of the proportion and reducing gradually, so that the money can be better spent for other important activities, which is adaptation. And thirdly, maybe we allocate part of the money to help vulnerable groups, because collecting energy tax would have a lot of impact on poor people than rich people. That's why we have to allocate some money to help vulnerable people to adapt themselves, rather than collecting tax, reducing unnecessary subsidy. Another thing that government should do, they should develop carbon credit market as a primary measure by encouraging broader participation, considering which sectors should reduce carbon dioxide emission, not overlap with other sectors that we are already collecting tax, such as energy sector, and preventing forest encroachment. The sectors that are eligible, such as agriculture and forest sectors. For example, En.Version Foundation, which is quite interesting. They were able to tackle forest fire problems by relying on carbon credit and other mechanisms. Forests in the same area, if it is well taken care of, we can transform this from deteriorated forest to rich forest. From En.Version, during 2 period of time, they spent around 20 million baht forest fire. After they use carbon credit and working with community, they can reduce forest fire. Interestingly, during the first phase, forest fire occurred at 23%. Now it's only 6%. But during the second phase, forest fire used to stay at 20%. It's almost none. In order to achieve this, it requires a lot of effort by developing carbon credit from community forests, such as En.Version project. We had to do area survey in order to find out where the community members are. We have to prepare area map, and we have to educate the community members. It has to be registered with TGO as well. Afterwards, we have to have a monitoring and reporting whether they can actually reduce the GHG or not. And then when have carbon certificate, then they can sell carbon. This is quite complex procedure, and we face a lot of obstacles. The cost in carrying out such a complex procedures, the cost is quite high. The cost of the carbon verification. So government and public policy can help to accelerate by creating new demands, so that large corporations can disclose information on their carbon emission. They may have some policy that they need to attach carbon label and connecting carbon market in Thailand to foreign markets for building more demand, better incentive. At the same time, they should develop supply side as well, reducing costs for carbon credit verification, subsidizing having more verifier, and government measures should not cause forest encroachment, whether forest in general or mangrove forest. Another thing that we would like to talk about, that it is necessary for Thailand to come up with large projects in order to integrate everything together, like sandbox for reducing carbon. There are some examples in Sarawak from cooperation with industrial sector, state sector. They announced this project and they apply different innovations for carbon reduction based on the information from the Ministry of Higher Education. Sarawak used to emit carbon around 28 million tons. After setting net zero target, there were several innovations, such as using some material in it, and they will be using hydrogen in the future, using electric buses, and the cost may not be competitive enough for P2P power purchase. It cannot be done elsewhere by applying new technology such as carbon sink and carbon sequestration. We are applying a fund from DEF as well. So these are several recommendations. We think that it's an urgent agenda for Thailand. We have 6 proposals. The first one, most important, we have to stop subsidizing fossil fuel as soon as possible. We have to reduce this gradually. And secondly, we have to collect carbon tax in order to establish green transition adaptation fund. And we have to adjust excise tax gradually. And thirdly, once we adopted these measures, we have to create carbon credit market as a voluntary measure. We can start from forest agriculture. First, we need to have sandbox for reducing carbon dioxide emission. And by applying different measures, we have to elevate sandbox, applying relevant legislation. We have to manage this, because in the past it's difficult to have sandbox because government agencies did not work together. If we upgrade to another level and we take the lessons learned in order to work at national level to reform the structure, especially in energy market, it will be beneficial for Thailand. And P5, other additional measures such as government procurement, weaker standards for those parts that are necessary. 6, since Thailand emits carbon dioxide at low level, and we have a lot of impact from climate change. So we should finance the project and try to accelerate NDC by seeking funds from abroad as well. So this is the substance that we would like to propose today. On your right hand, you can see carbon emission in different sectors in the economic system. And then the following session, depending on level of cleanliness or uncleanliness, starting from the dirtiest sector or emitting largest amount of carbon dioxide energy sector, we will have power reform sector, followed by transport sector, charging towards low carbon transport. And then we talk about agriculture, service, and other sector. We can do Thai business with low carbon. We need people with, we need to upskill, reskill people to be able to work in low carbon society, preparing our economic system towards low carbon society. I hope that you gain some benefit from listening to this presentation. Thank you.
We start with the most dirtiest sector first and how we include the sectors. For our reform, done to Thailand. So what we like to propose, we have to reform our electricity system. So there will be recommendation in terms of policy and how we can reform the power for the benefit of Thai society. First off, about power consumption in Thailand. From the left-hand side graph, you can see proportion of the power consumption versus GDP. You can see that the power consumption increased continuously due to the GDP, the GDP increase and the power consumption increase. However, the increasing power consumption impacts that the electricity sector or power sector needs the carbon very high and the highest, even though it tends to decrease in the past decade due to clean energy come to replace. And the government recognized these about these high emissions problem. So they announced that Thailand should need to reduce the to emit the carbon and reach to carbon neutrality as a company SRE 100 that they will use 100% of clean energy and achieve carbon neutrality like Thailand and Western Digital and the power sector will play an important role cannot reduce the gas emission. It will impact to the production, impact to the national production. So power sector should produce cleaner energy in order to support the national economy. For the energy planner, they cannot focus only on clean energy. We have to sort of think about how to balance, the and sustainability. When we talk about electricity open, the electricity cost cannot be expensive. And for sustainability, Thai people should anything. According to the from the planning office, it shows that the balance on electricity on power has decreased due to the high price of electricity costs and low sort of energy, low clean energy. If you compare ourselves with Indonesia and Vietnam, it really shows what Thailand needs to improve. It's about electricity costs. And for the proportion of clean energy, even though our score is not that low, but we have to continue to. The government recognize what we should improve. We make announcement that Thailand should achieve carbon neutrality by the year 2050, and they support the power sector to increase the clean energy subsidy that the electricity cost should be cheap, to be non-expensive and fair. And it's kind of a challenge because we have to increase a lot of clean energy. As you can see in the graph, from 18% last year to 74% by the year 2050 in order to achieve the carbon neutrality target. So the government issued the policy in order to support the measures. For example, they support public solar and they have planned to reduce the usage of coal to produce power. And in new power plants should use not less than 50% of the energy. And there will be the support of using the technology to store carbon and power. And they plan to use green hydrogen together with the gas to generate the power. Talking about electricity cost, the ceiling price not more than 5 baht per unit. The government has programs to support our sector to be more modernized, which is called PRC Sandbox, which should be continuously developed. Nonetheless, all these policies are not enough just to ensure that the power sector can increase 74% of the clean power with the fair and non-expensive electricity cost. In order to achieve the target, we have to reform the power. We have to liberalize the power market. How to do so? We have discussed in the private sector level and public level, but we haven't have a clear plan just yet. Even though everyone can see that the government put in effort in order to issue the policies, in order to increase the clean energy and the providing a fair and non-expensive electricity price. But there are many policies that go against the target, even though in a particular time. I like to separate those group into according to the supply chain. For production, the government did not support clean energy production because the government still approved to set up the gas power plant and they adjust the price, adjust the buying price for the clean energy. And Thailand reduced the capability to attract the investment investor to invest in Thailand, and they stopped net metering from the former Prime Minister General Prayut not to promote the public to set up rooftop. In terms of transmission, the government did not support or liberalize the market. The government did not sort of grant the public sector to the transmission line and non-fair sort of electricity costs. The government did not sort of set the fair electricity pricing. Starting from the production, the first policy that go against the clean energy policy because the government approved set up the gas power plant to rely on gas for another 20 years. And we can that's make us block us not to achieve the clean sort of energy, and it really has risk to prone to sort of create the risk. So in the year 2017, we relied on imported gas by 18%, 20% in the last year. So for this case, it may impact on and cause the risk for power security if we cannot import gas. Apart from that, in the future, we have to have more clean power plants, but it may prone to the risk. It may create more risk on standard assets. And Thailand lost opportunity to increase clean power according to our resource because the government reduced the buying price from the clean power. So the company shift to invest in neighboring countries instead, which is in Vietnam, that offer high compensation rate. In 2020, 12% of the clean power that being used to produce clean energy from Thai. And so that makes Thai company invest in neighboring countries, and that can reduce Thailand capability to attract investors to invest in our clean energy sector. Next, then stop net metering plan and not to incentivize the household to install solar. What does it mean? Our existing system net billing on your left hand side for the net billing system for the household that install solar rooftop, they can sell the electricity or they sell the power back to EGAT, and the EGAT will buy per unit with a less price that the household buy from electricity authority. For net metering system for the household that install solar rooftop, they can sell that power to EGAT, and EGAT will buy the same price, the same rate per unit for the household who cannot produce enough power. So the net metering price is cheaper than net billing. So this is how to incentivize the public to install the solar rooftop. The reduction of the billing will be higher than netting. So this is a loss that from of the plan. And the transmission line, the government not allow the public sector to connect the transmission line, even though the government allow the private sector to get third-party access, and there will be a willing charge since the year 2022, and after now almost 2 years, there is no clear policies. So granting the right for public sector to connect with transmission line is that means that the government liberalize the private sector to compete to produce the power and to sell the power for the buyers.
สุดท้ายค่ะ
And finally, it's about distribution.
ว่าไม่ถึงเป้าหมาย
The government did not support. The government still set up the selling non-fair sort of electricity price due to two causes. The government forecast the over forecast demand of power usage. In reality, the power consumption will not be as high as the government forecast. So many power plants did not start to operate, and the backup power has been introduced.
ก็จะรองสูงผลให้ค่าไฟแพง
Many people may not understand.
จริงแล้วค่ะเกิดที่ค่าหัด
Actually, the government had made contract with the private power plant, even though the power plant did not ready to operate, and availability payment effect in the electricity bills, and the government charged the price unfairly. Number one, gas from Charika, which is cheap and with good quality, and LG, and gas import from Myanmar. Gas from Charika, which is non-expensive with high quality, and production capacity reduced each year. So before this, gas will be allocated to petrochemical factories. And we have less gas to produce the power, and it replaced with high price of gas that the government import. So the gas that we allocate to petrochemical factories is right directions because it's fit for a chemical factory. But for the public, it costs an inequality for the public because the gas from Charika will not be calculated in order to set up the electricity selling price due to the monopoly in the energy sectors. So everyone may notice that even though the government issue many policies in order to support the clean energy with fair and reasonable power cost, but there are so many policies that go against that idea. That's due to the pressure from internally from the leading companies and from the contract that the government make a commitment with the global forum that we try to reach or to carbon neutrality by the year 2050. So we need to reform the power, and we have to liberalize the power in order to get 74% of clean energy with fair electricity costs. How the free we call enhancing buyers the whole plant or power generators or from the private sector. They will generate the power and sell to EGAT. And after that, EGAT will allocate or transmit the power to EA and to the regional in order to and sell it to the public in each region. Well, the liberalized system, meaning that we allow more competitors in the market. The power plant for giga or from private sectors or from the import. After we sell to the wholesale market, and the competitors will compete the price to sell to retailers, including the PA and other retailers or private retailers. But then the retailers will compete to sell the power to the public. And the retail, there are two ways of trading. It's through trading platform or not through platform. For buyers through trading platform or big company, for example, like industry. Apart from that, for liberalized market, as another way is to sell directly to a household or peer-to-peer. So you may doubt about how liberalized market can increase clean energy with fair price. That are the our recommendation that we like to propose. So I would like to divide the recommendation into three pillars: production, transmission, and distribution. So-called, we like to liberalize. We allow all competitors to join in the transmission line and sell with the power with fair price to the public. Number one, the government should consider to create a clean energy, clean power plants and reduce fossil production. Even though the government has policy to stop using the coal power plants, but we cannot achieve the clean power by 2074 because we still use the coal power. So the government should set up a clear timeline to reduce. The government should discuss with the private power plant to reduce lifespan and reduce the availability rate. If we do not reduce the availability rate, if we use less gas and electricity costs will be high. Thailand short term, because those gas factories really support the electricity stability, but we have to adjust the way to operate and be more flexible. That means we can operate and stop the operation faster with low emissions because we need electricity in case that the clean power plant cannot generate enough power. I think that the role of these kind of factories will be reduced if the cost of technology and the cost to produce clean power is cheaper than fossil. Next, the government should accelerate to approve net metering. By the year 2020, the solar rooftop capacity was 350 megawatts. According to the PDP revision 1, which is the latest one, it's identified that the capacity from solar rooftop will increase to 3,000 megawatts by the year 2025. Government issued a policy in order to support this target. They said that by the power from solar rooftop, and there are many businesses that can help household who do not have enough investment capital to install solar PDA or solar grant, but this program will not motivate or attract the household enough. So in order to motivate the household to install solar rooftop, actually we should show the reduction or the difference from that the household can gain benefits from net metering. And so we like to recommend that all the producers should access to the transmission line. For Thailand, the power generators should not increase or invest in additional transmission line because the government already invest in transmission line. But government should provide whaling charge, a fair whaling charge. Private, the government should try to improve the transmission line. For example, let's say set up a demand response center in order to set up the plan and signal the power generator to adjust their capacity according to the demand. And they should improve the power storage in order to reduce the fluctuations from the clean power. And finally, in terms of distribution, our recommendation is to sell the power with a price to the public in the liberal market. Once we allow competitors, many competitors join the market, those power generators will improve their plan and reduce their cost. And the electricity bill in liberalized market will be cheaper than that from our existing system. But as I said, that Thailand in a short term, we have to rely on gas factory to support the stabilities of power plant. And power plant has pay for their maintenance costs and investment costs. And all the power generation, power generators should take responsibility. So the government should issue the regulation that all the power buyer in any form should take a responsibility for this stability cost. It should be low or high according to the type of business and the demand of power. In the short term, the power cost in Thailand will not be cheaper than existing system, but in the long term, we forecast that when in energy storage technology play a more important role, and we have more and the power cost be cheaper than existing systems. So in summary, in order to reform the power or liberalize the power in liberalize the market, we allowed all the producers to produce and sell the power price to public fairly, and we can gain more clean power. This is make sure that the Thailand can achieve carbon neutrality by the year 2050, and Thailand able to transform itself.
Good morning.
สวัสดีครับผม
Good morning. Good morning. Sorry, some technical glitches. In the next session, I will be presenting on charging Thailand towards low carbon transport. As you already listened to the moderator, they already gave you some introduction. Majority of transports will rely on carbon emission. Most of you who travel here to attend this conference, we found that most of you still drive your car. When you drive your private car, we use a lot of fuel. And for transport sector, all activities that we do are quite related to transport. Currently, we cannot deny that in the transport system, it's quite unclean. And the tendency in other countries, they ought to give importance to clean transport more and more. For instance, about a few years ago, there was some campaigners on environment, a youth which is called Greta Thunberg, British youth. He attaches a lot of importance to environment. He tried to prevent carbon dioxide emission from different activities. Thunberg wanted to attend international meeting in USA, but she had to travel from Sweden. And we cannot deny that traveling from Sweden to US, you would be flying, which is regular mode of transport. But India said that if she travel by air, there would be a lot of carbon footprint. She wants to reduce carbon dioxide, so she uses sailboats across the ocean, and she reached US and could attend the meeting, but it took around a few weeks before getting to the US. So we started to see that transport is quite unclean, and there are rooms for improvement in order to become low carbon. Another interesting example in entertainment sector, organizing concerts, play, which is quite famous internationally. Of course, we needed to promote their songs, organizing concerts around the world. By playing concerts, we cannot deny about supply chain in logistics. We need to use a lot of energy, and rather than clean energy with carbon footprints, Coldplay initiated by organizing concert with net zero. In organizing concerts, they try to emit lowest carbon. Coldplay travel to different locations by air, and they try to use low carbon fuel. When they organize concerts, they try to concert carbon emission by organizing concert with other alternatives. However, we can see that today's transport in practice is unclean. We use a lot of fuel. How can we move towards low carbon society for Thailand? If we look at the current data, the transport sector in Thailand, we emit carbon dioxide around 30% of the whole country. And the tendency for transport sector, according to economic activities, good economy, good transport, high carbon for transport sector. There's a tendency to emit higher and higher carbon, and transport sector that emits highest carbon you can guess, which is road transport. And we still use fuel with a benzene, diesel, and benzene and diesel. We know that they are unclean energy. Next, which is at lower proportion, air transport. Of course, air transport also require fuel and also emit high carbon as well. However, for transport sector, we are trying to reduce carbon dioxide, and we join Paris Agreement in order to reduce carbon dioxide for transport sector, or so-called NDC. The effort to reduce NDC according to the pledge we made with Paris Agreement is quite challenging. If we want to reduce carbon for transport sector according to NDC, what targets do we have? For transport sector, we emit about 80 million tons per year, and there's tendency to be higher to 110 if we do business as usual. We do transport as usual. No measures are adopted to change the mode of transport as we should. 2030 will be as high as 110 tons per year. But the pledge that we made according to Paris Agreement, we want to reduce the transport sector at least 62 million within 2030, which 40% reduction, of course. If we look at the projection on carbon neutral in 2065, if we do business as usual, carbon will be as high as 202 million tons, about 2.5 times higher than current rate. We can see that if we do business as usual for carbon reduction for transport sector, our tendency for transport sector will not be so clean. Unclean transport, as a result, we have a lot of impacts. The government is trying to make cleaner transport. The government come up with what NDC, there are 4 measures. The first one, promote EV. We started to see already. There are higher registration of EVs in Thailand, but there are some limitations. Secondly, we have to enhance efficiency of automobiles so that they use less fuel, emit lower carbon. This is enhancing efficiency of automobiles. And and also develop urban transport. We use a lot of private cars and private motorcycles. How can people switch to public transport, whether electric train or public buses? And fourthly, improve and also developing intra-city transport and logistics. They use a lot of fuel. Probably we would turn more to rail system, which is highly efficient. If in the future rail can be electrified, the carbon will be even lower. This is the directions the government is moving to. However, in 2030, we have to do more in order to be able to achieve carbon neutral in 2050. The government has tendency to improve infrastructure and to improve public transport as well. However, we don't have clear targets. Post 2050, how can we achieve net zero, which is quite challenging. We started to see that what the general public and the government want is low carbon, but how can we achieve this is still problematic. For reducing carbon, it's required by our sectors, but how can we achieve this is the problem. In improving supply chain and also multimodal transport, we want to reduce carbon in production sector. Next session, you'll be hearing about production sector, but for transport and production sector, these will be important pressures in order to enable transport for supply chain and production sector to reduce carbon. If we cannot reduce carbon, there will be a lot of problems, especially in regard to our country's competitiveness. For tourism sector, currently, we started to see tourism sector giving importance to traveling with low carbon or green travel. Tendency of sustainable tourism is important. According to Booking.com survey, they found that tourists in Thailand, they found that sustainable or low carbon travel is necessary more than 80%. 76% said that they want sustainable travel. What are options? By not using private cars, not using fuel, they want to use public transport, using electric vehicles or public buses, or rented EV. So tourism, they want more of this. And what is interesting is that 43% of responders said that they were ready to pay for their traveling, which is cleaner. This is important in order to allow Thailand to be able to offer options for clean travel to Thailand. Currently, tourists, what options are available for sustainable travel, such as for air flights? Google Flights start to show the numbers of carbon footprint of each flight. We will be able to see any airline using green fuel aviation, the carbon will be lower. Airports, if they manage well, carbon will be lowered. How can they do this? These are important options. Booking.com as well disclose information about traveling, about carbon emission from traveling by offering options for travelers more. Of course, travelers have tendency to choose public transport more. Train is quite green. Therefore, we will be able to see that our pressures, our tendencies allow you to visualize that it is necessary for Thailand to make transport sector having low carbon. The government is focusing on 4 areas. The first area is using EV. How important is EV and what are the limitations? The government is trying to promote public transport. However, people still use a lot of private cars. How can we change this trend? Fourthly, transport and dual rail system. We want transport sector to change from road transport to become rail transport. Why? Rail system cannot solve the problem yet. And emitting carbon dioxide from air travel, we do not have appropriate measures. Yes, these are the challenges the government is facing currently. We set 30 at 30 target, meaning that we will be producing EV in Thailand at least 30% by 2030. However, we start to see that although Thailand and Thai population car purchasers started to be aware and they want to purchase EV more, but the current ratio is not sufficient. Selling ICE vehicle is still high. The registration of EV is only 10% higher. By achieving 30 at 30, there are a lot of stumble blocks, especially when we talk about 30 at 30. Private cars, we want to promote private car sector for trucks, pickup trucks, and buses. We have limited promotion, including motorcycles as well. We have very limited promotion for 3 parts. They have limited promotion. Why? EV at the moment, according to Thai people perception, is concentrated in urban area, mostly for short distance travel. The confidence on EV might be high in urban areas, but very low in rural area, which is another limitation. Problem about charging stations, location for charging stations are not sufficient. Comparing with gas stations, it's a big difference, including those who want to encourage them, trucks. We have a lot of limitations. For large EV trucks, would incur higher costs, cannot match with fuel. For fuel vehicles, still having low cost because government give a lot of subsidy for fuel. So we need to transition. How can we encourage people to use more EVs? Another sector in Bangkok. Those of you who live in Bangkok, you are already aware. We are trying to invest on public transport, especially electric train. Whether Green Line, Blue Line, subway, we have subway through our meeting venue as well, more and more lines. But what is interesting is that using fuel in Bangkok metropolitan has no tendency to decline, even though we have higher number of EVs. The problem is that we cannot improve public transport in order to convince people to reduce using private cars. Why we do not have sufficient public transport? Firstly, currently it's not full, it doesn't have full coverage. We cannot build electric transport covering the whole of Bangkok. We need to have more coverage for public buses as well. EV covering only 25 to 28% of Bangkok, and public buses covering only 50 to 60%. So the coverage rate of the public transport has to be more. This is the advantage of Bangkok. At least we have public transport. If we look at other provinces, we see more limitations. In majority of other provinces, they don't have good public transport. Chiang Mai, Nakhon Ratchasima, Khon Kaen, Songkhla, very limited public transport. Most people use private vehicles. In other provinces, we still face a lot of problem. How can we promote more public transport in other provinces? And also, other than the network, we will have high cost of commuting as well and high transport costs. The fee for buses and electric trains are high because very low subsidy from the government. And also other facilities such as bus stop and walkway cannot facilitate public transport travel, which is quite bad. If we want to encourage people to turn more to public transport, we have to invest more on facilities. And another important thing, that big cities that are well managed, they still have limits the use of private cars in urban areas. But under Thai policy, whether at BMA or in other provinces, we cannot limit the scope of using private cars in urban area. People can use their private cars freely. There's no incentive for people switching to public transport. This is a problem of Thailand for public transport. Commuting, intra-city commuting. The previous administration was trying to invest on dual network going to the north and northeastern, but construction is being delayed. Once the construction is delayed, even people want to switch to rail system, there is no system available. We have limited trains. That's why for transport of goods, more than 90% road carried out by road transport, and rail is very low. We started to see that we still give less importance to rail system. Passengers use less rail system. For you may already know, Bangkok and Chiang Mai, they have train available, but very limited services. Only maybe 2,000 to 3,000 persons are traveling by train. If you look at airlines between Bangkok and Chiang Mai, tens of thousands passengers per day. There are needs, but we cannot accommodate the needs. The problem about train service is that we do not have a coverage network. The frequency of services of offer is not sufficient for flights. If we look at Chiang Mai flight, at least they have hourly flight or even a few flights per hour, and traveling time is long. For dual track, if we can increase the speed, it should be 7 to 8 hours, and we should be able to compete with air transport at certain level, but we cannot do this now. We started to see that travel by rail is very low, and goods transport by rail due to the infrastructure which is not fully developed. And another thing is that the rail system itself, we have very limited. Currently, we do not have sufficient locomotives. People want to use rail system, they cannot. We do not have enough transport yards, and they have to load and unload several times, but very limited unloading and loading. They will incur higher cost. So this is good indicators why there are a lot of needs for rail system, but we cannot provide the service from ICD like Kamang to Ramchang. This route, they load a lot of containers, and the checkpoint for container as well. Currently, ICD can accommodate around 1 million or 6,000 to 7,000 containers per year, but the proportion there's a dual rail from Ramchabang to the sea, but containers coming to ICD is only 26% that rely on train. Another 74% still require road transport. Why 74% still rely on road transport? No trains are available. That's a maximum capacity. We should increase the capacity. This is something that we should promote more in the future. So we start to see that rail transport has a lot of limitations. And finally, for air transport dropped a lot during COVID, but now it comes back to normal, and future tendency will resume, will be as high as pre-COVID. This is quite concerning. Of course, they use a lot of fuel, and there will be a lot of carbon dioxide. The government does not yet have a clear measure for carbon reduction for air transport. Most measures can reduce only 1%. Long-term measures such as limiting the sustainable aviation fuel is not yet clear. It's pending plan preparation. Air transport is quite challenging in the future as well. In the future for air transport, it will play a very important role. It will be much higher proportion in the future. Other than that, ICAO also put a lot of pressure on air transport. Needs to be low carbon in the future. The pressure from ICAO can be divided into two parts. Pressure on airlines. For airlines, as I mentioned earlier, for sustainable tourism, if they want to travel, they have to travel by air with low carbon. We started to see several airlines start to use SAF more in order to respond the needs from this group of travelers. And in the future, ICAO started to create CORSIA, or carbon offsetting for aviation transport, which could incur higher costs for airlines. If airlines cannot adapt, they might not be competitive enough. Airports will face problem about do more for carbon reduction because airports also reduce a lot of carbon. Taxiway and runway, if they take longer time, they will emit a lot of carbon. Airport management is important as well. So this is another problem. If airports are not properly managed, they emit a lot of carbon. Some airlines may try to avoid those airports. So this is another challenge. Therefore, the recommendations from TDI for transport sector are as follow. If we want to make clean transport in the future, we have to focus on three main areas. Making cars cleaner. Of course, we have EV. How can we encourage people switch to use EV more? Secondly, we have talked for a long time. We have to do more. Changing traveling mode towards rail system. So this is important. And finally, changing aviation transport to become low carbon. For further details, I will explain. And for EV, I already said that for private cars have high tendency and a lot of investment promotion. What is lacking for buses and trucks? For buses and trucks, we should encourage more EV buses. And for regular buses, such as for irregular buses, such as tour bus, which is quite large sector in tourism sector, we have to switch our buses to be electrified. Of course, you have to support entrepreneurs. Majority of buses are using fuel. Some of them use gas. We should encourage them to switch to EV. And now granting them some rights in Bangkok, we started to see some routes changing to EV because the government will give them some privilege. So this can be some future promotion schemes and also tax incentive for private sector as well. EV bikes, there should be additional promotion and also for trucks and pickup trucks. Secondly, we should improve public transport and reduce using private cars. We should change buses, increasing additional routes and also switching from ICE to EV buses, increasing rural routes as well. We should offer public transport in outer provinces as well. Adding additional buses is not enough. We have to improve convenience and facilities, bus stop and walkway so that people can use public buses more conveniently and subsidize bus operators in the future. We demanded this for a long time. We should have a common ticket system that can attract people to use public transport more. Other than that, in urban areas, what we need to do is we should identify special zone or low emission zones, such as only EV can enter these special zones, or what we need to do in addition, offer incentives for people to switch to public transport. Other than that, besides rail transport, we should promote rail transport, such as adding more trains and providing subsidy for long distance travel by train and improving capacity of the train system. Additional measures should consist of how the trains to switch from diesel to electricity. This is how we can promote rail system. And finally, carbon reduction towards sustainable tourism. In promoting low carbon or sustainable low fuel, we need to attach importance to sustainable aviation fuel. Planes should have higher efficiency. We should adopt some measures on reducing short distance aviation travel, such as 200 to 300 kilometers. If we can switch to rail system, we can reduce carbon quite considerably. Like in Europe, they started to ban air travel for short distance and encourage people to switch to rail system. Rail system is the key in order to achieve low carbon travel in Thailand. What we would like to see happening, since I said from the beginning, travel and transport emit a lot of carbon. In other countries, there's tendency that it can be done in order to become carbon neutral transport and net zero travel is sustainable transport. What can be done? And we have to try to make it happen in the future. In livable city with low carbon transport, traveling by electric vehicles or intra-city, they should travel by electric vehicles. And transport system, they should transport by rail. Green tourism, they should use EV. Public transport, walking and bicycling should be increased if we want carbon neutral and net zero society. These are cities that we should look for in the future. And of course, a clean aviation system. And the last recommendation, we look at the big pictures already. How can we improve EV? How can we improve rail system? And how can we achieve low carbon tourism? Important target in 2050, if we want to achieve carbon neutrality, we cannot deny that the proportion of rail system has to increase and has to increase clearly. Currently, we use around 70 to 8% of rail system, whether transporting goods or passengers. We have to increase up to 30% in the future. How can we do this? This is quite challenging. We have to do this for developed countries that are already achieved carbon neutral and net zero. They all rely on rail system. If we want to achieve net zero in 2065, we have to improve urban areas, focusing on walking and bicycling more. And we have to use public transport system that can accommodate the way people travel. Minimum use of private cars. This would be low carbon transport that we would like to see in the future. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Kannika Thampanchvong. I'd like to ask you to discuss about how to increase the income and create the build the economy, build the production economy in the low carbon era. So we focus on service and agricultural sector. Let's see in how these three sectors, how we can transform them to carbon era. So first off, you may doubt that why we have to drive the important economic sectors to low carbon era. So many of you may acquainted that the problem on climate change seems to be more and more severe, and we can find in different areas in the world, let's say hot wave or forest fires that tend to increase. And many countries, let's say in island countries, are faced with a severe storm. And those kind of problems trigger many government as well as the big companies to be interested in sort of climate change policies. And they need to leverage their corporate goals in order to achieve carbon neutrality. So that's the result in that the European Union adjust the CBAM, come to create CBAM measures. Reason that they issue CBAM measures because before that, European countries encounter with the situation that the European producers move their production base to developing countries where they may have less or environment threshold. So in order to sort of adjust the carbon cost as well as leverage the competitiveness for European entrepreneurs. That's why the European Union issued CBAM measures. What kind of products that CBAM covered? I'd like to tell you that CBAM covers 6 types of products: cement, steel, aluminum, electricity, hydrogen, and fertilizer. So right now, CBAM has been enforced already since the 1st of October this year, let's say by the beginning of this month. But from now until the end of 2025, Europe is in the transition period, meaning that entrepreneurs who import the product to Europe, and if it releases a carbon higher than benchmark, they don't need to buy CBAM certificate, but they have to report the carbon value hidden in the products. But from the 1st of January 2026 onwards, the entrepreneurs or importers who import the product that emit carbon higher than benchmark, they have to buy CBAM certificate. So this is something that EU already make announcement. Many of you may wonder what type of goods that are under CBAM measures. So Europe dividing 2 types of products, which are simple good and complex good. I'd like to show you one type of products, which is the steel. So whenever we produce a steel pipe, before we got steel pipe, if you look at the upstream side, we have to use a different kind of materials. For example, like the we have to use a different sort of powers or and a metal sheet, and we have to produce a simple good, which is in CBAM. So when we process the metal sheet to be steel pipe or box, it's considered complex good, and it's in the CBAM list too. So when we look at the carbon hidden in the products, they're defined into 3 scopes. The carbon amount that emits directly from the production process we call scope 1, and it's also in CBAM. The power electricity that we consume in order to process the product, it's called scope 2. But at the beginning, EU compromised the restriction for scope 2 will apply for 2 types of products, only cement and fertilizer. And for the remaining 4 types of products will not be covered or included. And what is challenging is called complex good. Complex goods such as like steel pipe, it's really challenging. It's covered in scope 3 because when we look at the raw material, we look at the steel sheet. We include steel sheet. That's why for CBAM, when we look at the CBAM measures, it's kind of more complicated. It's not like straightforward, you know. So asking looking in Thailand, how export business impact from CBAM. For in the short term, not really much though, because the product value that we export to EU, and there are the product that we export to EU will not generate high value except aluminum or steel. But I don't want you to be underestimate because EU countries keep make announcement. So after 2026, they tend and they expect to expand the scope of control products under CBAM measures. The tentative list could be sort of chemical product, petroleum product, ceramic, glass product, including other precursors, as I just mentioned before. Apart from EU tend to extend their scope of coverage. I'd like you to really see. Currently, many countries around the world, especially the United States, Canada, and Australia, they are in the process to consider to issue a similar measures like CBAM. So the products that or could be the products under CBAM will be different in different contexts. In the US, the possible product could be in the first in the six product type that C already covered, including petroleum, adipic acid, or ethanol, pulp, paper, or petrochemical, and glass. For Canada, the product that should be in like CBAM measures could be consumable products. And for Australia, they are about to consider to collect CBAM fees for steel and cement products. Now, I'd like you to think that having these kind of trade barriers, measures like CBAM could provide risk for Thai entrepreneurs. But if for these sessions, I'd like you to really think together that it really depends on how you interpret CBAM, including other relevant measures related to low carbon, how you consider it as crisis, or how you can think that this could be opportunity. The keyword that I like to propose to you, actually talking about low carbon. And low carbon it may be another milestone for you to leverage Thai industry as well as Thai business in order to leverage or increase our competitiveness. So let me share one business, which is the food agricultural business. Of course, food and agricultural business, agro business is not really in CBAM. It's not controlled in CBAM, but there are many business under this industry that they have a forward looking because they see that if we're not going to do anything, if we wait that foreign countries issue the trade barrier measures, that may be too late. So many countries, such as like CPF, they started to produce products, for example, like fresh chicken eggs, chicken meat or eggs products that release, that emit carbon value lower than the threshold. Reason that they're doing that, because in the future, the word carbon constrained market, for those who import product to destination country will look for the supplier that can respond to their needs. Suppliers should have can deliver the low carbon product that deliver to them. For example, like CPF will be considered to be preferred supplier immediately. And more important than CBAM, I like you to sort of see, even though you are medium or small size of business, but there are many conglomerate companies make announcement that they would like to achieve sort of carbon neutrality, or they would like to achieve net zero target too. How it implies to Thai business, especially for SME business people. So reason that they and make announcement like that. For example, like Tesco company in UK, they make announcement of carbon neutrality by the year 2050. And that will apply for their entire supply chain, meaning that if you export your products, consumer products, food, agricultural products to UK, you have to have low carbon products to supply to them. And finally, I'd like you to sort of think another pressure, which is another interesting pressure. For example, like EU countries, they issue their law that from now on, all the products produced from the forest encroachment or any product that related with the forest burning, the exporter should declare the documents, what's so-called the due diligence document. They have to review and be able to prove that their exported products should not come or resulted from forest encroachment or for byproducts burning process. So the products the process will cover raw materials, the soybean, the maize for feed, and rubber plant, including the upstream products, downstream products, for example, like fresh pork meat or fresh chicken meat. So you can see that we have pressure. There's a lot of pressure for the agriculture business and service business to shift themselves to low carbon. So this is something that we cannot ignore. We've been pressured from different sides. So you may doubt that how much we have a lot of pressure and what should we do in order to cope with those pressure. So before we talk about measure, I'd like you to revisit Thailand status and how Thailand emits the greenhouse gas 372 million ton, and the highest sector will be from energy sector. But for us, we will zoom in two sectors, which is agriculture sectors and the industrial production sector. For agricultural sector, definitely there are so many activities that emit greenhouse, but the highest emission sector would be rice production, rice plantation sectors, and the production process of the mineral and cement production process. So today I like you to really think how we can lower the carbon. But one thing that I don't want you to overlook is because we cannot, if we aim to lower the carbon, we may lose the opportunity to increase our competitiveness in the business. So what we can do in the same time, we may lower the carbon while increase the capability to increase to use of the natural resource usage. Based on the study of UNED, they found that if we focus on lowering carbon, of course we can reduce the some of the carbon value. But if we do if we do carbon reduction measures together with leverage the efficiency to use materials or energy, we can sort of reduce the carbon dioxide emission even more. This is win-win situation. Now let's see how each business sectors consume the natural resource. On the left-hand side shows the intensity of power usage. The highest one is from industry. Except, for example, like in Thailand, we have to admit that we use a lot of energy, and the energy intensity values is high. On the contrary, for water usage, which is on the right-hand side, our agricultural sectors use kind of the water wastefully, and one unit of water can convert to low sort of economy value. So I'd like you to really look. Once we understand our own position and status, how Thailand emit the greenhouse gas, and how how much efficiency that we sort of use the research. So we define three direction to reduce the greenhouse gas emission. Number one is quick win, meaning that we can implement in short term, and we already done. If we implemented these measures, we can get a quick win or quick return. For the medium term measures, while the technology cost is still high, but these kind of costs tend to reduce in the near future. For long-term measures, we have to wait to see the development of technology. So what are the measures under quick win scheme? So try to think, either agriculture, industry, and service sector. Quick win mean how we can increase the efficiency to use energy or power. Can we use renewable energy in our organization? How we manage, wastewater or waste in order to manage the greenhouse gas emission. For midterm, for agricultural sectors, in midterm, we try to we need to reduce the or adjust the feed formula to reduce methane, or use EV transportation in industry sectors. And we also think about using SAF or sustainable aviation fuel or clean energy for aviation industry. For long term, we still hope the breakthrough technology, for example, the carbon storage technology, CCS, CCUS, the green fuel or hydrogen fuel. So we expect to use a fuel celled vehicle. So these are the measures that we are trying to collect to show you. Currently, there are many technology that can support us. So in long term, in short term, if we apply technology, if we apply this direction and plot into axis. So for horizontal axis shows the readiness of technology. On vertical line shows the capability to emit the greenhouse gas. So we do hope to use renewable energies and increase efficiency of energy consumption. For industry, sector, we hope to see low carbon cement production. And for midterm and long term, and we do hope that the cost of technology for cost of CCS, CCUS or high efficient technology or green hydrogen technology will be more used in Thailand. Now, you may doubt that whether or not could be realistic by using technology to reduce the greenhouse gas emission in agriculture and in the industry sector. I'd like to show some businesses to you. Let's say in agriculture sector, in Better Grow, they set a target to reduce the emission under scope 1 and 2 and reach 20% by the year 2030. So what the Better Grow have done, they start to increase their power consumption. They use renewable energy in their animal feeds factories. But for in medium term, they did not stop to develop their feeds for cow by adding the algae or the probiotic to reduce the methane release from the cow. And Better Grow, they would like to reduce the emission, let's say from upstream to grow maize corn farm. They should not be the farmer should not burn the byproducts. For CPF, interestingly, that they do mainstream low carbon in all of their supply chain and value chain. Let's say from upstream side, they apply technology such as blockchain and satellite to track the hotspot in order to see whether the maize or the corn that they buy, whether those corns are from the farm where the farmers or the farm owners burn their byproducts or not. In terms of water, they use IoT and automation in their animal feeds factories. They improve their feeds quality and to reduce the methane emission. For downstream side, they kind of hope that in the future they will use purified biogas technology, or they will convert methane to hydrogen gas. For small holders or small farmers, I don't want you to be hopeless that though that measures could be done only among big companies. Actually, rice farmer release a lot of methane gas. So I would like to invite or encourage the farmers, to change way of do a rice crop. Not to keep water in a farm, but do some more or less like semi-dry and wet sort of farm. This is how we can reduce the methane gas by 48%. But those farmers can gain even more benefits. They can gain more private benefits because their cost to pumping the water out of the farms or using less of the carbon credit in order to gain more income. But that could not apply to all smallholders or rice farmers because there are some restriction. It would fit for the area that farmers grow paddy rice in irrigated area, and the water should release to a suitable timing. Otherwise, it will damage the rice paddy field, and the farmers should adjust the sand landscape, and they should really monitor the water level in their paddy field. So I'll change to do semi-dry and wet sort of cropping that can reduce the gas emissions by 2.57 to 5%. And under the program called Thai Rice Nama, let's say 10 to 20 farmers change their way of rice cropping to do the semi dry and wet rice paddy field, and they can reduce GSG by from 2.57 to 5%. And this is how they can save water if we convert or quantify the numbers. The farmers can save 3 to 5.9 500 to 1 billion baht. And we try to really find the measures to encourage the farmers to do semi wet and dry rice crop. We think that selling carbon credits could really motivate rice farmers to do more semi dry and wet crop. And we hope that, and we think that could reduce greenhouse gas emission by 7.7%, and we can get very high return. And finally, for agriculture sectors, I'd like to leave the key takeaways. The reduction of greenhouse gas emission is not only target that we like to encourage, but we like to sort of encourage to do low carbon reduction together with the improvement of land usage efficiency, together with the agriculture and do aquaculture. So cement production generate a lot of high carbon, and SCG make announcement to achieve net zero by 2015. They start to produce low carbon concrete and hydraulic cement. And in long term, SCG hope that they will apply technology, for example, like hydrogen and CCU technology, to really help them to reduce carbon emission. For ladies who's in this room, you may familiar with dairy business under the brand called Pandora. Pandora has 3 factories in Thailand, and those are the only 3 factories of Pandora in Thailand. They operate their business in Thailand though. So what they need, they announce their target to achieve net zero by the year 2040. Power from renewable energy. So Pandora already installed solar panel to generate electricity for their usage. And then they use credit. They sort of buy REC. And they also use recycle. They use more of recycled materials, recycled gold and recycled silver to synthesize jewel. And they have assigned Android try to reduce the scope of emission. And for Thaivago, which is textile, industry that produce underwear, their target to reduce scope 3 emission. They try to reduce emission from supplier in their value chain, because there are a lot of retailer trade with them in the countries and outside and overseas. So they set up the solar cell. And what they do more, they try to find new technology, such as technology to dye, do the dye the clothes, and they use the eco-print. Now look at the service sector. Currently, we have to admit that there are sort of many low carbon hotels. For Peach Hill Resort, this is SME business located in Phuket. They already start or implement this measure more than 20 years. When we interview their management, the management of this resort like to see zero waste hotel. No sort of they would not release the polluted waters into the public, and they set up the solar cells in the hotel. So apart from conserve or help the world to reduce carbon emission, they can save their electricity costs significantly too. I'd like you to really think, talking about reducing the greenhouse gas emission is possible, but we also face with some challenges. I'd like คุณนิพนธ์ Poapongsakorn to sort of exchange the idea together with all of you to talk about the challenges and recommended policy-based recommendation. Thank you. Good morning, distinguished guests.
ได้ยินนะฮะผมที่ดรกันนิ
Dr. Kannika said about something very important. Green economy or low carbon economy will be important foundation for our competitiveness in the future. But what Dr. Kannika also mentioned examples of some companies and just a few agricultural practices. Why? The answer is that currently there are still some obstacles in order to adapt towards low carbon or green carbon economy. We already listened that rules and regulations in purchasing power is a big problem. Secondly, we do not have carbon tax. Those countries that are already adapted towards green economy, they already have mandatory carbon markets, either ETS or carbon tax. This is very important. And thirdly, business has they cannot change the technology. Finance is a very important matter. And another challenge, the fourth one, is the scope 3 that we heard small suppliers are facing a lot of problems. So this is must be a joint cooperation between small and large corporations, and human behavior about business as usual are still the same old problems. In order to overcome these obstacles, private sector alone cannot solve these problems. So it is necessary that the government has to intervene. Otherwise, our efforts in order to achieve net zero in 2065 will not be impossible. So there are some policy recommendations about power purchase reform. I don't have to mention anymore. Carbon tax mechanism is very important in order to increase our competitiveness. This will allow different companies to have options to choose. If they emit carbon, they need to pay taxes. If they don't want to emit carbon, they have to choose technology that can reduce carbon. This is important, but I believe that other than that, we have to create carbon credit trading market as well. In particular, in agricultural sector, we are to change the production process by reducing GHG. Carbon credit trading market is it's very important. We have to do additional study in order to create carbon credit trading market, and also what we are seeing is that PM 2.5, do you know that PM 2.5 problem in Thailand, other than burning forests, it is a result of burning agricultural waste as well. Do you know that burning farmlands is the biggest reason for emitting PM 2.5? Next is maize, and next is sugarcane. Burning farmlands, especially rice farm, is very problematic. In order to be successful, when the government provides subsidy for farmers, previously they did not impose any conditions. Farmers did not have to do anything from now on. If farmers would like to receive subsidy, they have to impose condition for not burning their farmlands. But it is difficult. We have to study farmers' behavior. Tdri is working with another with the GIZ and Agricultural Fiscal Office in order to identify appropriate conditions. And by encouraging small companies in the supply chain to reduce greenhouse gas emission. This is under scope 3. Policies alone are not enough. We need to have supporting measures as well to become low carbon economy. Money is a big issue. Firstly, once we collect carbon tax, what should we do next? Carbon tax that we have collected does not go to Ministry of Finance, not like before. Carbon tax was used to offer a remedy for those who are impacted throughout the economic cycle. This is very important. We call this fund as transition fund towards green economy. But not only spending carbon tax to offer a remedy, but to support SME businesses as well in order to find suitable technologies in order to reduce GHG, including efforts to spend in order to reduce GHG and to use new technologies. Another fund which we need to have for long-term adaptation, because there will be those who would be affected by climate change, a large number of people and sectors, as you have already heard, during floods and droughts. Our business sectors need to adapt themselves in the long run. That's why we need to have so-called adaptation fund, which is vital. And finally, offer incentives for farmers other than providing conditional subsidy in order to reduce burning agricultural waste. By creating carbon credit trading market will be an important incentive for farmers to change their production behavior, such as they could plow, they would do least of plowing the land as much as possible, and also wet and dry rice planting. This is another example of these methods would encourage farmers to adapt themselves to become low carbon economy. But government alone cannot work on achieving this. Private sectors can help themselves as well. For instance, CBF rely on SMEs who are their suppliers. They carry out this transaction with Bangkok Bank in order for Bangkok Bank to grant credits to farmers in their supply chain. They can access low interest loan if they would obtain the loans by themselves. So cooperation among different sectors between large and small businesses would lead to green economy. However, what Dr. Kannika just mentioned are examples of some companies only. Our question is that what should we do to encourage majority of companies in Thai economic system to change the production process, to change the management process to become low carbon economy? Firstly, these companies have to do stress tests in order to obtain greenhouse gas loan and find ways to reduce greenhouse gas, finding new business models, adopting new strategy to reduce GHG. We need cooperation. We have to rely on different funds, such as Security Exchange Development Fund, in order to find ways to identify new business models. After that, we can mobilize funds to reduce GHG, and we have to recruit additional human resources as well. And finally, monitoring and evaluation. So that's all for me. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome you all to the afternoon session. For this afternoon, we will start the session by adjusting the Thailand skills. I'd like to welcome the ministers. Thank you very much for kindly attach the importance on changing the skills of Thai people. So these could low carbon reduction really impacts on Thai people skills and how we should improve our skills in order to cope with the change. And today I'd like to ask all of you to find a solution together. So looking at green economy during the low carbon era could create the new job, let's say like the renewable job or recycle or energy jobs or renewable energies, energy storage and smart energy, and the business about how to build the smart home or safe energy home and to reduce the greenhouse gas emission in the industry, increase efficiency, produce CCUS and hydrogen energy. And the important business is low carbon transportation like EV vehicle or the research or green economy business. In the meantime, there is transformation to low carbon society that leads to brown business. A while ago, Dr. Kannika and Dr. Nipon already mentioned that the important business which that emit a lot of carbon, such as fossil business, such as coal, food, oil, or national gas, or combustion business, or traditional agriculture sector that use a lot of chemical and natural resources. So those business create the employment in Thailand at least for 10 million people. And the reduce or shrinkage of the brown business that cause the risk for some people may lose job. And those vulnerable groups could be skilled or low skilled or low education people contribute about 8 million people. And how Thailand should do and Thailand should really accelerate to change. Number one is green new and emerging job from green business. And secondly, it's about the green enhanced skill job. The traditional work that exists, but we have to adjust or add green skills. I'd like to show you the samples about the new green job. So let's say like a technique or technician or turbine wheel, wind technicians, or the biomass, biofuel technicians. And for the management, sustainability management or the renewable project managers. So there are questions. What are the role and competencies for those who work in new job or new green job? I'd like to show you the sustainable analysis. The role of sustainability analysis is to manage and analyze ESG data, analyze environmental impacts throughout the life cycles, and propose the strategy for GSG reduction, calculate GSG emission, and create the report according to GRI or and standard. What are the competencies for this group? It's ASK, which is important in 21st century. Number one, it's a attitude. They have to really focus on environment. S refer to skill with the English and communication skill. K stand for knowledge. Graduated bachelor degree on environment and be able to analyze the environment throughout the life cycle and be able to measure the carbon footprint of the organization. Another new job, another new green job, let's say reviewer or verifier of footprint of the product to revise or to review the carbon footprint data mostly require the expense who used to do the job to calculate the footprint and for 3 products or 3 years. The required competency for those who would like to be verifier to check the footprint for attitude. They should have the environmental attitudes and be honest. And for skill, they have to understand and they have to interpret the data and should be able to analyze the data with rationals. And they should have communication skills and the verification. And they could graduate bachelor degree in engineering and science and have knowledge on green and are able to measure the carbon footprint of the products. The first group of the job, those are the new green job. Now let's look at the second one, which is the skilled existing skill job. For example, the manager to need to manage the sustainability, or marketing manager who been assigned to do a green market, or the financial analyst who been assigned to do ESG bond. So you can see that for this kind of job has been found in many business, and they require green skill. They require less sort of green skill than the previous one. Let me show you the sample. For example, like financial analysis who've been assigned to issue ESG bond. Their responsible role from doing or create the financial model and track the monetary market and issue but they have to issue ESG bond. So they need to have sort of they need to have ASK. A stand for attitude. They have to have an attitude of being interested in sustainable investment, and they should have skills to analyze the data. And for knowledge, they should graduate bachelor degree in finance, and they should know about capital market and ESG bond. The sample of the green work that I mentioned, you can see that all of these can generate a lot of income, but actually green job consists of low and high income.
นี้เราจะเห็นได้นะคะว่างานสีเขียวที่มีรายได้สูงเช่นการเป็นผู้บริหารระดับสูงหรือการเป็นวิศวกรสิ่งแวดล้อมหรือว่าเป็นผู้จัดการด้านวิจัย
There's a lot of green job that can generate low income, such as the trash segregation staff.
นะคะสามารถทำงานสีเขียวที่มีรายได้ดีเราจะต้องปรับทักษะพื้นฐานอะไร
If we want Thai people to earn more income, what kind of skills they have to adjust? The important one is A attitude. They have to have sort of environmental oriented attitude. They have to have communication skills, creative skills, and agile skills, and they should have design thinking skill. In terms of knowledge, the basic knowledge for green work, they need to have engineering sort of technique and technical expert, and science knowledge, and this person need to have science, technological, and mathematics skills, and they should have operational management skills and monitoring skills in order to ensure that they can achieve the target. Having SAK basic skills are not enough to do green job. We have to add green skills. The green skill which is in highly demand around the world, including Thailand. I like to divide into 4 groups. Number 1, it's about the skill to manage the environmental and sustainability. For example, the manage and development strategy for environmental sustainability. Secondly, about renewable energies, let's say skills to install the solar cell system, and skills on infrastructure and green journey, let's say green building and manage and maintenance EV. The last skills for sustainability, for example, skills to manage carbon market and carbon reduction, and the skills for sustainability. So you can see that there's a lot of a green job which already exists. But in order to achieve green job, we have to skill on green issues. For example, if this person are technology graduated in engineering, but if you want to do green job, then we have to add green skill, knowledge about energy and how to manage energy. So this person could be manager of renewable energy. For those who graduate bachelor, and if they do they are community broker. If they want to change to do new job, they have to add green skills. They have to know about carbon market so that they could be broker trading, the carbon trading broker. Or for the electrical technician or mechatronics who graduate from vocational schools, if they want to do green job, they have to gain the knowledge on green energy and safety measures. In order to transform to low carbon societies, low carbon society transformation happen around the world. And look at LinkedIn, which is the business platform. They take the data from 50 countries in the world and they analyze the data. They found that the growth in the last 5 years, there are announcements that require high skilled worker contribute by 8%. And while the growth for skilled labor, it's only 6%, meaning that the demand is higher than supply. And the job from LinkedIn shows the required position. I like to sort of show you the job that in high demand in short term and long term. So this shows the growth rate of green job. For horizontal, it's for short term, and for vertical line, it's for long term. So you can see that in short term, the renewable energy job, let's say like turbine, wind energy technicians are in high demand. And for in mid-term, the most demand career is sustainability manager. If you divide the job into two groups, as I said that we divide green job into two groups, let's say the new green job and existing green job. For new green job shows in dark green that grow rapidly. For example, like sustainability managers and turbine wind energy managers. And for a green job that grow very fast, for example, like compliance manager or those who make sure that everyone should comply with the regulations. And another career is the geological engineer. So we talk about the global trend in 50 countries. Now let's look in Thailand. Look in the employment of green work in Thailand grows slightly. In the past 10 years, the average growth about 1.4%. So this chart shows the proportion of green job in Thailand in the past decade. So you can see that at the beginning, let's say 10 years ago, the proportion of green job in Thailand contribute about 6%. But 10 years later, the proportion of green jobs increased slightly to 7%, meaning that what are the components in those 7%? 5% are those who are doing the same job by adding green skills, and another 2 refer to those who do new green job. So new green job scatter around the industry. After we look at the result of labor force survey, the labor that we found most in green job are in the high greenhouse emission, like in mine construction sector. The sector that emit a low green gas, for example, like technique, ICT, science, and finance, we can see a concentration of green job. So I'd like to show you the types of the profile of the green job. Mostly are male. About 80% are male. 20% are women. As far as we see from the beginning, one of the basic skill that people need to have is about STEM knowledge. And then actually in Thailand and other countries face the same problem because more male would study about STEM. So it's not surprisingly to see the proportion of male doing green job more. Apart from male, look, most of the green labels are younger age. So for those who are less than 45 years worked in green job contribute 45%. Most 64% of males, is 45 less than 45 years of age, and the educational level for those who graduate in bachelor degree doing less than 20% of those who graduate in bachelor degree do green job. That require that the market require high skilled labor. In terms of income, for green labor can earn more income than other job. If you look at this graph, the green labor to graduate in high school can earn 13,000 baht, which is higher than those who doing other job that represent in orange bar by 12%. And the difference in income will be more gap if that person has more education, for example, like vocational certificate. So for those who graduate in bachelor above, we found that that there will be a different income for those who do a green job and non-green job by 50%. Income by comparison, green job can generate less income than STEM work. So after we analyze the data, we look at the mean sort of income for those who graduate in the last 3 years. So new grad who work in STEM can earn most income. So you can see that they could earn 20,000 baht. And for those who work in STEM and green job will have less income by 19,000 baht. And for those who work non-STEM green job can earn 17,000 baht. And for others, they could earn 15,000 baht. For those who do non-STEM green work, increased by 12%. And this number really align with the data from OECD in other countries. Transformation to low carbon societies. In Thailand, we can see the tendency to require more to require green job. After we analyze the data, when we visit 13 website in Thailand, the recruitment website during the year and a year and a half, almost 1 million position. Green job contribute about 7% from the total job. So many of you may wonder which green skills are in high demand. We found that the most sector, let's say sustainability management skills to manage and focus on environment issues. Another in demand sort of green skill is the engineering for sustainability, to design or to manage engineering. But they have to consider the resource consumption and best use of the energy. Another high demand skill is to do sustainability for data. So if we would like to adjust Thai people skills to have green skills according to the demand of the market, so meaning that we have to have these kind of skills. Apart from required skills in different businesses, there another type of skills that in demand in particular business. For example, like energy skills. The high demand skill is to design solar cells and skills to manage carbon footprint, skills to manage environment. For example, like solar cell technicians and the sustainability engineers. Even though Thailand requires more green laborers, but the problem is Thailand still short of green laborers, both quality and quantity, with 4 reasons. Number one, for some area, let's say energy and EV sector grow rapidly. So the trained skilled labor cannot really cope with the demand, and a lack or short of STEM skills that impact on technology application. The third one is about Thai educational system. We pay less interest to develop soft skill. And lastly, about the working environment for some area. Let's say waste management did not attract labor. So the shortage of green labors uh, uh, block Thailand to shift to low carbon society, and we will lack of these skills in the future. Actually, many sectors consider or realize about these issues, so they try to adjust the skills. For example, in the educational sector or vocational and higher education, they try to adjust the skill. Let's say in vocational level, they adjust the EV course. And last year, the vocational school to take 2.1 thousand students. And faculty of engineer at Chulalongkorn University provide PIES course. And interestingly that they promote a time learning, and they also include life skills and EV course and carbon credit for oil and gas course. So the learners can select to learn by model, and they can accumulate the credits. And finally, they can sort of refer to this credit in order to get some course exemption. For the government, they put an effort to subsidize the course expense. For example, the higher education ministry create the platform called STEM Plus that combine, let's say 700 curriculum, and 60 of them are green courses. Like, for example, like how to evaluate carbon footprint of the organization. And the organization that send their people to join in this course, they could get the tax exemption up to 250%. And for Thailand Plus package, allow the entrepreneur can get allow the entrepreneur to get a tax exemption by 250. For the business side, they try to accelerate to increase green skills for staff. Let's say like Delta, they aim to reduce carbon 10% within 3 years. So what they do, they hired external expert to provide training on PCF and product footprint of the products in order to comply with international standard. The duration of the training are 2 full days. And the objective of the course is to develop 10 PCF leaders who check and verify PCF data. So we can see that many sectors put an effort to increase the green skills for Thai people. But the significant challenge that we have to overcome is how to make sure that Thailand has STEM knowledge. And you can see on the right left-hand side, it shows that half of the Thai students have sort of under non-efficient sort of STEM and mathematics skills, and the grad student have less tend to have less STEMs, tend to have less STEM skills. So meaning that the students cannot really graduate by learning of STEM knowledge. If Thailand would like to shift to low carbon societies and provide the good and high income job without leaving no one behind, we can learn the successful lesson from overseas. Number one is France. 10 years ago, they initiate to create 600,000 green jobs by the year 2020. So what happened was they create the plan called Mobilization Plan for Green Job. Their aims to adjust the training in the countries and to certify the qualification for green job. There might be some new qualification required. So what they have done in three things. Number one, they set up the national agencies to collect all the skills data and new jobs. Secondly, they identify high demand skills in different area, especially in the sector that need to transform fast in order to prepare the course and identify qualification. Number three is to match a job and provide skill training. And another country that I like to show to you, in Singapore, they have a project to develop green skill. Interestingly, that the government subsidized some expenses and salary, and there's two program which is interesting program. Number one, they think that the passengers car technician may lose a job in the future. How they can ensure that those technician can remain their job. So they set up the EV maintenance course so that the technician will learn about EV and high voltage, electric power. And the learner should complete 50 hours. They could learn on themselves. They learn theory and practical part. And they have to pass the evaluation examination. If they pass, they can get certificate to be a national EV technician. So you can see that the government not only subsidize the expense, and they have to make sure that the course are in good quality. And another skills to change the job. This is to change or turn people to be environmental experts. For learner or participants could be worker or those who would like to change their job. So the duration of the course is about 3 months because they will provide intensive knowledge. They have to do 8 days trainings and they have to do 58 on-the-job training. So interestingly, that the government guarantee those who complete this program, once they leave the program, while they take the program, they could earn salary at least 2,500 Singapore dollars or 70,000 baht. And finally, I'd like to sort of talk about the policy-based recommendation. If we want to transform Thailand to low carbon economy, to achieve low carbon economy according to the timeline, and drive the low carbon economy to really help driving the growth for the country and to sort of gain income and leave no one behind. We have Thailand should implement these 4 areas. Number one, adjust the labor development according to the low carbon policy, like Singapore and France, and make sure that public agencies in different ministries should be able to work together, because based on the successful lesson, in order to be successful to transform to green job and can generate income, no single ministry can work alone. It rely on integration of the work. Secondly, set up the system and use big data, because those data are modern and reflect the market demand. Identify or analyze big data to identify the required skills, and most importantly, should consult with the private sectors and academia sectors. And if we do not want to leave anyone behind, we have to identify qualification and skills that we have to train people who are prone to be out of the job. Number 3, how we can develop STEM skills. I would like to focus on 2 directions. The first direction is to provide training for teachers to understand and be able to inspire students. It's just not like learning by heart, and the students may not having fun to learn about STEM. And secondly, the learning methods should be sort of disciplinary sort of so the students can have critical thinking skills, or they can solve complicated problem. So they have to learn from real world, not from labor skills training. We could comply or implement 3 ways. Number 1, subsidize the employers. We subsidize the course fees, and we promote or give the tax benefits to employers, or subsidize or give the sort of skills training coupons, and should be able to sort of match with providing job matching, and provide the skills for brown business operators, as well as try to find the job, as well as provide subsidies to the entrepreneurs.
When
we talk about climate change, which is a big issue, if we look back around 10 to 15 years ago, we heard people talk about climate change. It probably sounded remote, but when we talk about climate change, has been changed to climate crisis, which shows the level of severity that has increased. The term that we heard is climate catastrophe. So all 3 changes, from climate change to climate crisis and climate catastrophe, shows clearly that this is quite close to us than we thought before. Climate change has already passed the tipping point already. Tipping point is a pivotal point. When the world has crossed this tipping point, it's no way to return to the origin. We have to change our behavior, the way we do business, in order to be able to cope with climate change. If we one is called mitigation measures. Everyone needs to play a role in mitigating greenhouse gas emission to the atmosphere. Everything we do, our daily lives play a part in emitting GHG to the atmosphere. We need to help to mitigate so that climate change cannot be accelerated. The second measure is called by a way to offset. How can we have carbon sink, carbon storage? The third measure is equally important, which we not talk about enough, is how to adapt to climate change or adaptation, because climate change will have impact on our businesses, on our lives, but we cannot avoid. We have to be able to adapt, because Thailand would be one of the countries that will be highly impacted from climate change. We have to be aware of the importance of the problem. We also need to be aware that this is something that we have to think in interdisciplinary way. Our mindset has to move out from our previous silo mindset, because this matter is highly complex and highly connected. We cannot manage from any discipline alone. So this is a big problem for Thailand and Thai society, in particular, when we look at the role of the state and power and responsibility of the government. We may not be able to overlook, in terms of working with our agencies, new investment as well, by adapting to climate change it's undeniable that we need to have much more additional investment, both among business sector and at government level. We have to build immunity. How can we make financial and fiscal status stronger in order to cope with new disaster, coupled with additional investment in order to mitigate the impact that can occur in the future? We have to look at climate change as a strategic risk in doing business. Not only risk, not only operational risk alone, because climate change will have a lot of effects in the way we do business and on our competitiveness and sustainability of the business. If we do business as usual, we look at this matter as long time coming, only happening occasionally, but at the same time, our competitors already adapted. The business have to adapt a lot. That's why we may be exposed to strategic risk unintentionally. And another important thing is that we have to think about innovation, because it's impossible to cope with climate change by doing business as usual. Technology innovations are available and are emerging that can help to improve productivity of business sector. Climate change is not only a challenge for business sector, but it will bring about new business opportunities as well for those who can adapt in a timely manner and can adapt much quicker than others, that can increase their competitiveness much faster than their competitors. I would like to emphasize again that this is a strategic risk which is close to us than we thought. Good afternoon. Welcome back to another presentation, Preparing Thailand Towards Low Carbon Economy. In previous presentations, you heard about policy recommendations. Our sectors have to move toward low carbon. Business sector is also important in order to lead the country to be able to survive in low carbon era. During the first presentation, Dr. Somkiat explained other pressures that Thailand is facing in order to move towards low carbon society, but all these pressures has affected business sector as well. There are two important factors that will be presented in this session, and we would like to encourage you to discuss about this, because this was not mentioned before. The said two factors will allow business sector to respond effectively to the said pressures. I and Dr. Saliltorn will encourage you to look at two factors. We need to understand data related to GHG, including carbon dioxide as well. And another part is financial sources. The first part I will cover about data on GHG emission and other related information. Other than the said pressure, information on GHG has increased continuously. Looking at Thailand's context, the SEC asked listed company to disclose information in 56-1 report. There is GHG information under Scope 1 and Scope 2 as well, even though at present this criteria is, but if you don't disclose, you have to give reasons for not disclosing and future preparation. But in the future, the set criteria will become stricter if GHG is more important. Next, I would like to ask you to look at changes occurring at international level. If you heard about FRS, which is an issue regulation on issuing accounting standard. In the past year, IFRS issued a standard, which is called Sustainability Disclosure, which is S1 and S2. S2 discuss about disclosing data related to climate change. Of course, this criteria include GHG data as well, even though at present IFRS sustainability disclosure are not compulsory in different countries, but it's possible that it would be required soon. The SEC encourage all 130 member states to apply and consider applying this standard. Standard will be applicable depending on regulatory agencies in those countries. This standard is something that private agency has to watch out for. And other than criteria on disclosing information and on trade, legislation or international law. So data on GHG becomes more important. As you can see, private agency or companies from several sectors may be pressured differently. For this export business or international trade business, the criteria, which are international standard, is one pressure that will force private sector to watch out for. But large listed companies have to follow data on GHG as well, because financial institutions give importance to this data. Other than that, smaller companies in the supply chain of large corporations and trade competitors also need this data as well. That's why smaller companies need to supply data to their competitors as well. We see that rules, regulations, and legislation is something that organization has to consider in collecting and supplying data. But several organizations do not only understand the GHG data, but they have to apply GHG data in order to adapt, whether setting target, adjusting their work plan or strategy, and there are efforts to reduce GHG for the organization as well. Now, for the first part, several organizations use the data or understand their own GHG data by setting goals and targets and formulating plan for GHG reduction. We see many companies in Thailand set target of net zero. Some agency may set target which is consistent with national goal in 2065, or some agencies may set their target which is sooner in year 2050. And all these targets must come together with clear plans in achieving the target. One organization that set the net zero target and formulating plan for achieving this target, Bangchak Corporation, set target net zero in 2050, and they have plans which is called BCP 316 net. This plan will be a blueprint for organization to look at the proportion in reducing GHG emitted by the company. Other than using GHG data in setting target and formulating plans, several organizations also use data and understand data on GHG in order to create business opportunities and change their business strategy, whether investment strategy in renewable energy, enhancing energy efficiency, or even looking at improving goods and services and increase customer base. And this data will allow you to cope with risk that the corporations are facing. For example, opportunities in using GHG data to adapt internal strategy. Following from the previous example on Bangchak Corporation, Bangchak used this data in considering additional investment, adjusting business model, or investing in renewable energy or enhancing energy efficiency. Another part on carbon sink, carbon storage, both forest and ecosystem. Another part, staff or personnel of Bangchak. Other than using data, several teams need to understand GHG data, not only team responsible for sustainability. When we interview staff of Bangchak, those teams responsible for accounting, they do not only understand financial aspect, they need to understand connectivity between financial data and GHG data as well in order to make decisions together. A financial team needs to understand source of fund and financial tools connecting with GHG reduction in order to look for cheaper financial sources. Next example, commercial or retail business, Home Pro, they use GHG data in conjunction with different operation data in order to consider reducing costs in the long run. For example, they use data on electricity charge for investing and installing solar. There is a forecast that they can reduce electricity by 13 million baht, or using data on transport costs in order to convert transport trucks to EV. They forecast that if they invest in these areas, they can reduce transport costs up to 21%. Other than two previous examples, we look at large corporation in security exchange market. I would like you to look at a smaller company in SME sector, which is Union Ratchaburi Company Limited. They produce noodles brand, sell boats, and they use GHG data, or they use this data to changing product to respond to the needs of the customer. They export to Netherlands, and their customers want to reduce GHG in their own supply chain as well. And they want to reduce GHG for certified products. One solution that this company offered to their customers, changing packaging from plastic to paper. And another part that we receive interesting information, and changing printing, rather than use color printing, they use dark printing. When they look at emission factor of GHG, black color emits lower carbon than other colors. However, because this company is in the category SME, they are facing pressure on cost reduction because all packaging may be quite challenging in terms of cost if they want to change to new packaging. Another opportunity that GHG data has been used extensively in sustainability reports. We can see that GHG data is on labeling, production labeling, connecting with products, which is quite close to the consumers. We can see that product labels, such as sugar bottle, has data on GHG as well in order to reuse the bottle, or ESG is on sugar bottle as well. And in data related to product, Apple claimed that the Apple Watch Series 9 that was launched recently, they said the product is carbon neutral, or chocolate bar like Kit Kats. In 2021, Nestle, who produced Kit Kat, claimed that the product will become carbon neutral in 2025, but Kit Kat already announced carbon neutral policy by focusing more on GHG reduction in their own supply chain. By using GHG data in creating marketing opportunities, the companies or organization considering the use must be careful in communicating GHG data on their products, because it may mislead their consumers. Other than GHG data for setting target and adjusting strategy and looking for opportunities, several organizations do not only look at GHG data alone, they look at GHG data in their own supply chains as well, or scope 3 that was mentioned in the previous session. GHG data under scope 3 contains different types. Each business sector may have their own hotspots in their supply chains in GHG emission differently. For example, FPI, or Fortune Part Industry, which is listed company in MAI in Thailand. Fortune Part Industry design and produce automobile parts containing plastic as one of the components. One of the categories under scope 3, which is the hotspot, is by purchasing raw material and services in their production cycle, meaning that if a production company wants to reduce GHG, they may have to look for source of materials that has lower GHG. For instance, FPI, they increase the proportion of using raw materials, which is more plastic, recycled plastic, in order to limit their scope 3. Another sector is financial institutions, category of scope 3, that financial institutions is category 15, which is called investment. of finance emission, indirect GHG, which is related to credit granting or investment, such as Kasikorn Bank said that indirect GHG emission is highest, and banks are aware of managing GHG as well. So if banks or financial institutions want to reduce GHG, they cannot do it alone. They need to communicate to their customers or companies investing in this area so that they will be moving in the same direction. We look at GHG data of organizations are very important, whether on setting target, adjusting strategy, or identifying hotspots in the supply chain. I would like you to look at GHG data of Thailand companies. And we collect the data in the past 7 years from Set 100 listed companies in security markets. The data has increased gradually under scope 1, 2, and 3, but data is quite limited in terms of quality and quantity. I would like to ask you to look at data quality. He said that there is limited data on GHG because they classify the scope of data incorrectly. Some data may not be complete, and more importantly, one mechanism in improving quality is data verification. Several organizations have not considered applying this verification process because it would require additional cost. GHG data of organizations is very important, but many organizations are still facing challenges in collecting and managing data. The challenges in terms of they already have data, but they cannot set target clearly. They are not ready in collecting and managing GHG data. Another part, GHG data, even though they have been collected, but it's not a part of decision making of the organization, and they are lacking scope 3 data in order to formulate GHG reduction plan in the supply chain. And finally, this challenge including consumers or to external users. This may be at risk at greenwashing as well. All these challenges will be further explained by Dr. Saliltorn. How can different organizations can overcome these challenges? Dr. Saliltorn, please. Okay, good afternoon. We already mentioned about different challenges of private sector in managing data, and we will be looking at, in order to overcome these challenges, what can help us and what methods we can use in order to overcome these challenges. Firstly, targets. How can we set targets that have good quality and clear? In setting targets, there must be sufficient challenge. We should be able to achieving GHG mitigation. Some organizations set quite challenging targets, and which is science-based target. And this science-based target will be in line with Paris Agreement. In Thailand, there are around 30 companies and around 3 SMEs that had already set the target according to SBT or science-based target. Other than that, for work plans in monitoring, the achievement of the target must be clear, and they need to disclose sufficient data so that work plans will be transparent. And next, we talk about challenges. Several companies do not have sufficient resources in order to collect and manage data. An important factor that can help is technology or innovation. If you are a listed company, you may consider using technologies that SEC already developed, which is ESG data, which will allow private companies to put in data in this database in the near future. ESG data platform will allow investors and auditors to access this data without having to upload additional data. And if you are not a listed company, you may consider your budget. You may use private technology, and private technology are quite diverse and from many countries. What we are showing you are examples of Thai technology. Let us see Violet, which is greenhouse gas gradient 1, which is carbon scale used for calculating carbon, and CARVI, which is greenhouse gas accounting tech. In developing database, it is very important as well in order to allow companies to utilize the data in making relevant decisions. Database would involve very basic data by collecting data by using Excel file. By collecting GHG data by using Excel has limitations. You cannot update the data in real time. And by collecting data from different sources, it's quite difficult. Several companies already developed their own central database, but they are part of the data that is collected by using Excel. Several organizations develop specific database as well in order to store GHG data, and they use ERP that can gather data from various sources completely, and they can extract data for analysis and utilization. The central database will allow data collection easier, accurate, more accurate, and you can see which part of the data that has not been collected and whether there is additional collection required. In order to have central database, GHG data can be utilized in several sectors. The key is digitization and also integration. By integrating data. Next, we have another option which is low cost in collecting data, such as calculating CFO, and has been developed by Carbon Market Club, which was a corporation among 300 companies for low carbon. They developed CFO system that can be used for free. And this system has been developed from ISO 14064, which is related to a program in calculating quality monitoring and verification. Those of you who has not collected GHG data, I would like to invite you to please try to gather data by using this application. Another challenge is collecting data under scope 3. We require cooperation with the supply chain as well, such as financial institutions. They have many customers, and other type of organizations. There might be several suppliers, but several of them do not have enough understanding or do not have enough resources. At the same time, several suppliers also have some limitations because they are concerned that confidential information could be disclosed, and they are worried about sharing information. Some of suppliers may not use Thai or English language, which is another limitation in sharing data. There is a best practice from Unilever. They have more than 54,000 suppliers worldwide. They prepare Unilever climate program, which target their own suppliers, more than 300 companies, and they help these suppliers in order to set GHG reduction target and formulating other plans. They help them to set target that they should be able to reduce GHG 50% by 2030. And by claiming environmental friendly, which is important. By exaggerating, your company may face problem about your own reputation, and you might face some legal problems as well. If you overclaim, the consumers may lose confidence and you would lose your credibility as well. Other than legal risk could occur as well, because EU and UK have a bill preventing greenwashing in order to make false claim on environment. If there's any violation, the penalty would be quite high in terms of fine. If this law enter into force, it would be applicable to those who want to trade with EU or UK. So this is something that you need to manage the risk as well. Whatever you want to communicate, it's very important that you need to have sufficient data. If you have been alleged that you overstate the fact, you need to be able to justify your claim in order to communicate to the general public. Regulating, preparing, and sharing data is important. And more importantly, within your own organization, communication within the organization is important, especially to those who are responsible for organization communication or marketing or knowledge management. It is something that organizations should pay more attention to. Another part, which is equally important in moving towards low carbon for private sector, is accessing source of fund. International Panel on Climate Change found that in order to prevent world temperature increase more than 1.5 degrees Celsius all over the world, they require more than 2.4 trillion US dollars. This is only investment in energy sector. That's why it's undeniable that private sectors, business sectors will require large investments in order to transition towards low carbon. So this is about sustainable finance. Currently, some of you may have seen a lot of financial tools that will support private sector to reduce GHG. As you can see that at present, both financial institutions and investors see the importance of climate change. Several banks are offering credit to green businesses. At the same time, several banks also stop supporting brown businesses. We see examples in Thailand as well. Kasikorn Bank providing financial support for more than 20 billion during the first half of this year for green business. And they announced stop supporting new coal power plants. And they also communicated that they will use the credits granted to existing coal power plant and set the zero target in 2030. Other than that, for investors, they also give importance to climate change, and they use data on GHG emission of organizations in making decision on investment. So the reasons that the investors pay attention to investing in green business or sustainable business and sustainable assets more and more. In fact, BlackRock conducted a survey in order to find out why. The first reason, investors believe that it is correct in order to be a good global citizen. Second reason is that they believe that at the same level of risk, investing in sustainable business would enable them to have higher return. At the same time, they also believe that it is a long-term risk management for the organization. Investing in this business, it will allow the business to be more secure and sustainable. In terms of trend, investment trend, it reflects the number of those who sign on the Principal Responsible Investment or PRI. The number of signatories is higher each year. And in Thailand, K Asset and other organizations, and we expect that there will additional signatories from Thailand. And one tool which is quite interesting, which is called taxonomy. Simply put, taxonomy is a criteria in evaluating green. Several countries have developed their own taxonomy for using in their own countries, such as in EU, or in larger countries such as Russia, China, and our neighboring countries such as Malaysia or Indonesia. They also use the so-called taxonomy tool. In Thailand, Bank of Thailand, together with SEC, proposed Thailand taxonomy phase 1 in June of this year. In the first phase, this will be used for GHG in two main sectors, for power sector and transport and logistics sector. As you can see, taxonomy is this is green light. It means that business is green. For yellow light is transition, and red light means that business is not green. These are examples of using taxonomy, such as financial institution can use for evaluating their credit port or developing different products as well. Investors can utilize portfolio evaluation. Business can use for making decision and categorize data disclosure as well. And these are examples of financial tools that are quite diverse in order to support private sector to reduce GHG. The first example is green bond, investing in low carbon business. Those offer solutions to help other business. And next, green loan for green projects. For green loans, what is interesting is that it is not only for large corporations. In order to access this green loan, SME can access sustainable bond. So this is, they can mobilize fund for green projects and for improving society as well. For organizations that do not have any specific projects for GHG reduction, but are interested in improving sustainability of the organization or reducing GHG of the organization, there is another financial tool. This is a credit sustainability linked loan or sustainability linked bond, or SLL and SLB. Both loans are similar. They need to set targets first, which is called sustainability performance targets, or briefly SPTs. SPTs would be connected to GHG reduction of organization. The interest rates may fluctuate according to companies' performance, whether they can implement SPT that they set or not. And also for SLB, for instance, if you can achieve SPT target, then they can pay lower interest, but they cannot achieve, they have to pay higher interest. And in order to mobilize fund by using ESG bond, what is interesting is that there is so-called greenium, a green premium, meaning that in mobilizing fund by using ESG bond. Those who mobilize the fund can pay lower interest for the investor in comparison with general fund mobilizing ESG bond. So business would have lower financial costs, and they can use this opportunity to implement different projects in order to reduce GHG. Information for Thai BMA found that bond market in Thailand has premium at the average of 0.06 to 0.07%. For example, SLB in Thailand, Thai Union mobilized 5 billion baht fund since 2021, and they set SPT in connection with reduced GHG emission under Scope 1 and Scope 2. And if they could achieve according to the target, the interest will be reduced to 0.02% per year. And this is another example of SLL in Thailand. SCGP received a loan of 5 billion baht from Krungsri Bank for 4-year term, and minor received 500 million euro from Kiat 19 and 19 banks all over Asia. These two examples, they set the target in connection with GHG emission reduction. Important points of SLB and SLL. Firstly, setting SPT. It must be challenging. It must be clear as well. Most importantly, these targets must be related to impact on your companies as well, not targets that have already been achieved, and conditions on imposing penalty. You should be able to bring about real changes, and you have to disclose data on SPT and your work plan as well in order to be transparent. Everything is in order to prevent these financial tools to be used for greenwashing. For this session, what we would like to communicate to you, businesses must start to prepare collecting GHG emission data, and they have to assign responsibilities to their staff. They have to identify source of GHG as well, both under Scope 1 and Scope 2, and they have to prepare for Scope 3 in order to manage risk for their organizations. They need to monitor data disclosure at global level as well. And this data is does not only involve risk, it can create business opportunities, and they can use this data for making decision in business and investment. And this data can be used for bank, for accessing source of fund. It can be used for adjusting products that can respond to the needs of the customer. And more importantly, this data can be used for marketing as well, but this data should not be overclaimed as well. And another thing is that in collecting data for financial institutions and investors, it is equally important as well in order to utilize the data in post-product design and also setting conditions for accessing credit. Collecting GHG data, you have to start from industrial sector that they already collecting data in order to move to other sector. And finally, we would like to encourage all of you to look at pressures and challenges and see this as opportunities. Several organizations who have started to work in this area, they know that they are facing some risk, or there may be some burden, but it could be important opportunities for adjusting themselves as well. In reporting data, the data that we obtain, if they are quality data, they can be used in improving their business plan and accessing sources of fund as well. By being compliant, it's undeniable that it would incur additional costs. But if it can be done, you will increase your competitiveness, especially several organizations who trade with countries attaching importance to climate change. And going alone will be slow. But if we cooperate, if we work together with the whole supply chain, changes will be, the cost will be lower and transition will occur much faster. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
ค่ะทุกท่านคะตลาด
Everyone throughout today will see that how we transform Thailand to low carbon economy and societies is still challenging. And the important mechanism is to drive the work on research as well as innovation work. And today, it's good opportunity for everyone that science and innovation kindly join our work. I would like to invite him to share what he's done, how we can drive Thailand to achieve the target. Please, over to you, ma'am. Good afternoon, Kun Somkiat, the chairman of TDI, the board members of TDI, and all participants, instructors, professors, and representatives from public, private sectors, business sectors. And my name is Supabat Surapadi. I'm on behalf of the higher education ministries. I come to hear from TDII, as well as I like to hear from keynote speakers. I'd like to recommend to the ministries so that we can report to the government. And this is our mission to sort of hear the voices from, as well as entrepreneurs, in order to adjust our policies. And very pleased that I come to listen about net zero policy, which really match with our strategies and policies. If you get a chance to read our policies, it really match with what the other speaker said. Thailand, it's not alone. If you need to trade in the global market, if we will not go green, if we don't have sustainability, we don't do carbon neutrality target, if we don't use clean energy, no biomass business. And we have to spend 18 hours to Europe because many countries would not allow us to pass their countries, and we cannot trade because there might be some tax barriers because we use non-clean products, and we do not really take care of greenhouse gas emissions reduction and create a global warming. So a very good chance that I get a chance to hear your voices. I'm not gonna spend much time to talk, so I will be hearing your voice, and I will bring back all the content, which is very useful and interesting. And I have get to know a lot of things like new concern. So we will take all key takeaways, and we send our team to listen from the morning, and we will discuss in the ministry, and we will report to the government in order to issue the policy. So thank you, everyone. So thank you very much, Kun Supamat Isara Phakdi, the Minister of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation. So all that you heard from the reformations power reform, transformation, the production and business. So before we enter to the panel discussion sessions, I'd like to invite you to take a break first. But I'd like to really inform you that our panel discussion session is so interesting because we will discuss on Thailand move or transform to low carbon society. We will ask you to take 10-minute break and please resume back. Thank you.
ดีครับทุกท่าน
Good afternoon, everyone. And we will have a panel discussion on how Thailand shift to low carbon area. So may I ask all participants outside, please be seated because in the next minute, we will commence and resume the seminars again.
วันนี้โฆษณา Ford Ranger
ตื่นเต้นมากจะมาพูดแล้ว
ถ่ายเมื่อใหญ่มาก
ครับขอบคุณครับเปิดไปแล้วขอโทษครับ ประวัติศาสตร์สิ่งแวดล้อม
เอาละครับยังไม่ถึง1 นาทีแต่ขออนุญาตเริ่มครับ
Hi, let's us start the discussion. So for today, how Thailand moved to low carbon area, and we have altogether 4 speakers who are on the stage right now. Let me spend this time to introduce each panelist so that we can kick off our panel discussion. The first person, he is the Deputy Director General of TTO. So big round of applause to welcome Kun Rongpetch boonchuaydee, please. Next speaker, he is the Deputy Managing Director of ACG, Kun Thammasak Sethaudom. The next speaker, he is the Director of Think Forward Center, Dr Decharut Sukkumnoed. And a lady on the stage, she's the Managing Director from Pasalat Company, Kun Sarinee Achavanuntakul. All right, so we have about 90 minutes for the sessions, and I already talked with the speakers that in order to walk the talk, each person will have about 2.5 minutes because we're not gonna over the time because otherwise we will release a lot of carbon. So our 5 teamwork members will really manage the time well. So let me first ask Professor Decharut, I heard you said that you designed your house according to the planning from the Ministry of Energy because he had commitment to reduce carbon for long. So this is how you live your life and so you talk about sustainability for long. So what are the obstacles to move Thailand to low carbon societies? And talking about the assistance from or support from public and private sectors, what are the support and anything that you would like to leave in the seminar, please? I think that what we haven't discussed enough, it's about the direction that we are going to, what mechanism that we'll use in order to move forward. Let's say at my house, the solar cell at my house, we found that the day that we haven't installed solar cell, and actually I already installed for solar cell for 4 or 5 years, and we can see that the regulation has changed for long, and there might be something that we may say that we install in a right or wrong time, and actually this is an issue. We have to be clear. The policy should be clear, and it's so important. Clear policy is so important. And if you look in overview, if you look in high level, so we have to sort of look in all dimension. We have to balance all dimension. It didn't mean like equal dimension though, but we have to create a balance. We have to recognize the importance. We're not gonna focus on mitigation only, but we may give less importance on adaptation. Actually, adaptation impact to those who can earn less income in the society or low incomers. Why we interested in mitigation? Because it will lead to opportunity or economic opportunity and business opportunity. I don't have issue, and I think that's good idea. And if I have opportunity, I will explain how low carbon can generate economic opportunity. If you look at one side, mean like you focus on, you did not really, you put less focus on adaptation. In terms of business opportunity, we find we may see unbalance between giant companies or SME or general public. So we found that in many cases, there might be questions where how general public would engage in sort of kind of solar cell. How come there might not be enough incentive for the public? How we could balance our work. Balancing the work is so important, but we have to mention about a loan mechanism. For example, like solar cell at my home, whenever we visit the house, most people may ask a question that they don't have to 100,000 baht like me. And I think these kind of questions show the the incomplete sort of loan system. Actually, with this investment, it can generate income, but people keep asking that they don't have a loan. And then when I built my house with the with investment of 3 million, but I can take loan. But you know, people cannot take loan to install a solar cell with the value of 200,000. How we can create balance? And we said that we have to encourage, we have to communicate with the public more. I think that if we give more opportunity or give enough opportunity to the public, they will engage. But we have to ask whether do we give enough opportunity. I would like to mention about solar cell a bit. For the assistance from private sector, apart from loan, sort of granting the loan, what the public needs or the consumer needs, the consumers would like to be confident on the product quality and service. If we have enough good quality standard, if we can identify the reliable entrepreneurs, I think that that could be a gap in the environmental sector. It didn't mean that we don't have good entrepreneurs, but we don't have system to really identify who are sort of high quality entrepreneurs. If the business sector help to develop the standard so that the public can get access to solar cell sort of service easier. And I like to talk about the balance. So when we give an example and talk about carbon credit, especially reforestation, we can see that this is a market for those countries that need carbon credits. And the government try to find the area and to absorb carbon. And this is the unbalanced way, because actually we have to think comprehensively how the people who conserve the how the community deal with the forest. They may not interested in carbon credit. They may interested in biodiversity credit. So I think the market is not really balanced because it's come from one side only. I like to reiterate again, I didn't say that this is a wrong idea though, but if we look at think on the others on one particular side, it could it cannot create the equal sort of opportunity. So interestingly, you talk about the public and private sectors, and another important dimension is political dimension. And in order to, let's say, make the planet clean, we have to invest a lot of cost and people may think that it's kind of far for their lives, and we'll come back and talk with Professor Ekarat again. Then let us move to Kun Sarinee. You've been money, it's finance is so money, it's budget, it's so important if we have enough incentive scheme. Talking about climate, in our society, what are the upgrade progress งานวิจัย
In fact, we are seeing research works that already forecast looking at the amount of money that we need to focus on two main areas, which is mitigation and adaptation. Most recently, a few months ago, I would like to compliment TDRI. They work in CASE project. They forecast climate finance that would be necessary to achieve carbon neutrality. The only targets declared by the government in 2050, if we mitigate unconditional, we require 5.5 trillion baht. In order to achieve 40%, that we give a pledge if we receive outside support, not more than 8.8 trillion baht. Some of you may think that it's quite a large amount of money, although the numbers are high. If we look at other countries, they are in the vicinity of trillions. So if you look at in monetary term, it's quite a lot. What should we do? We have to look for another perspective. When we talk about climate finance, what do we want? We want to have a financial sector to be able to move forward in order to achieve mitigation and adaptation. We have to try to understand that in reality, we want to move towards low carbon society. We are not starting from scratch, not meaning that we are not emitting any carbon. Start from high carbon society. We have high carbon industry quite a lot. In fact, the question is not transitioning in vacuum. It could be transition finance. It's a big question. For instance, this morning, if I'm not mistaken, Dr. Somkiat talked about the needs to reduce subsidization for fossil. This money, if we can do this, it can be another source of fund. So, or simply put, rather than thinking how to support more renewable energy, if we look at the upstream, how can we change incentives in order to reduce high carbon and switch to renewable energy? I think that we might be able to see some mechanisms that can connect this, but we have to have a political will as well. For instance, this morning, Dr. Areeporn mentioned about draft plan PDP 2023, which is not disclosed publicly yet. Only inner circles are talking about this from this draft, even though the government is trying to have more commitments in order to become net zero. In this draft energy plan, the additional parts is 50% will be renewable, meaning that 50% not non-renewable, still fossil. So this begs a question that not only Thailand declare net zero longer than international community, 15 years later, even energy plans, we are still announcing clearly that we are trying to connect renewable with fossil. Are unclear. We might not have clear incentives how to support this transition, as we already see that fossil operators still be able to earn money for a long time. If the projection is 30 years, they still can do it. So for climate finance, we have to look at transition finance, look at upstream, not only how to support renewable. We have to have policy implementation, offer incentive and clarity for financial sector. Another important point mentioned by several speakers, adaptation. And adaptation and it's different than mitigation. The outcomes would depend on us. No one pressure us. If we cannot do this, it will be bad for us. The question is, if we already calculate the money required carrying out adaptation, who will be responsible for this? And for financial sectors such as banks, how they will consider return, not including the difficulties in identifying what activities involve adaptation. We have to slowly answer this question. So main incentive, the government should be the main responsible part. Those who have been impacted most, such as farmers or vulnerable groups, the damage would occur and who will bear the burden. Connecting with disaster, the government has to remedy them. If we look at prevention costs, rather than thinking that we just let the damage occur from disaster, the government have to pay every year. If it's impact that can be connected with climate change, we can design some mechanisms that can reduce the money that would be involved. We can connect to international mechanism as well. Other countries start to talk about loss and damages fund. COP28 will discuss about this more. So we will concentrate more because we are one of the vulnerable countries as well. Next round, we talk about adjusting power structure. When we talk about climate finance, I would like to know, when we talk about climate finance, what are the components? So we would understand implementation due to urgency of the problem. When we talk about universal nature of climate finance, we can see the intention to use money in climate among our asset class, among our instruments, whether assistance fund, government fund, grants, governments and large foundations, and some could be in terms of credit. I think that is quite complete. It is complete financial spectrum in Thailand. We started to see people are more aware of bonds, such as green bonds. We issue some green bonds. We issue sustainability activities. We started to see some companies are using the word climate bond as well, which is a part of the efforts. But the challenges still remain with the standard and credibility. Or can we make a distinction between the companies with good intention and the companies that would want to do greenwashing in order to mobilize the fund? So we come back to power reform later. Coming to Mr. Thammasak, someone defined Thai economy is open and economy. What is megatrend? We have to adapt. SDG is a large corporation. The pressure is not only on SDG, but throughout the whole supply chain. What pressures are there and what are the challenges that SDG is facing and your supply chain?
In order to operate the business, if we live in the business world, there we already have pressures in terms of customer pressure from customers, pressure from societies or the debtors or shareholders. So everyone try to get the environmental friendly companies, and we have pressure from all areas or all factors, but it's not negative. But we can sort of, these could be a signal. This not negative. It's not negative though. This is a signal from all sectors that this is their demand. I like to give you the example. For example, like SCG, we generate high carbon and it's heavy products. In order to export cement to far distance area, it's very little. If we stopped exporting to the US long time ago, but believe it or not, we get a big order from the the US to buy our cement, but they require low carbon sort of cement. So if we can interpret the signal well, we can see the business opportunity. Because so what we see in terms of the decarbonization, how we transform ourselves to low carbon societies. So we are talking about marathon. It's just like marathon runs. It's not like a couple of years run. We focus on 2050, 2065, that we have to achieve the target. So the first target is 2030 that we have to achieve. So how we can make sure that the business adapt ourselves and we can maintain our maintain our strength. Number one, we have to reduce the carbon, and secondly, we have to maintain our business or make our business solid. We have to apply innovation. This is something that we have done for long. Otherwise, if we create the balance, for example, if you say that we want to reduce carbon, if we start or jump to hydrogen energy right away, I think that the investment on hydrogen or applying hydrogen, that make our cost become highest or higher that no one can accept it. But if we compare to the US, many of you may hear the word Inflation Reduction Act. If you create green hydrogen in the US, you can get a subsidy from the government, $3,000. So since the US it's able to achieve hydrogen, it didn't mean that we could do green hydrogen in Thailand. What is the context of Thailand? Where is the balance of Thailand? Because we are agricultural countries, we can use ethanol. Do you think is it green? It's green. It's generate carbon negative. Or we can use biomass. So those are carbon negative sort of energy. In order to create our own low carbon economy, low carbon industry. In the meantime, why don't we use our strength in Thailand? And I think that that could really enable us to run marathon and achieve the target. But if we said that we have to use hydrogen now, I think that we are in the wrong direction. But if we said we use biomass, we help farmers to buy some kind of compressed kind of dry glass, it can help strengthening the economy. And this is how we decentralize the income. So we have to look at our strength, the strength of Thailand, look at the strength in each region and apply innovation in order to create the adaptation. Of course, we have to reduce carbon, but we have to grow our economy in the same time. Let me ask Kun Thammasak more before I move to Deputy Pet. So we have challenges during transformation. We have to focus on profit, and the cost of low carbon product production become higher, and how to balance the revenue in portfolio, how we can achieve to target. Kun Thammasak, can you please share with us how we can do? Because some product price could become increased, but we have to gain profit. What kind of approach you apply? So, well, as I already mentioned, if we jumped without considering our own strength, means that we try to call for shareholders, we try to make a shareholders or consumer pay. Ultimately, if we look at the potential of the area, I think some costs could be lower rather than use coal. But if we use biomass around our factories and create energy pellets, because at the beginning we thought in order to reduce PM 2.5, we said that we keep those products to reduce PM 2.5, but we know that it can replace coal energy. If it can replace coal, how we can use it in a big amount, but there will be transportation costs to deliver those products. So rather than transport, if we can compress the if we use rational, if we apply our own innovation, it could really help. If we can, it could cause positive return. We reduce carbon with positive return to compress the rice straw. So same as low carbon cement. We don't charge premium price for low carbon cement because it's kind of rational. But if we want to transform faster, we want to reduce not 20% to 30% of carbon reduction. If we want to accelerate the process, we have to invest more. Fast is not too good. Too slow, it's not good. So we have to have the balance. Perfect timing. So we'll come back to talk with Kun Thammasak again, because what about supply chain? You have a lot of thousands of suppliers, and we talk about Sulaburi from Sandbox. So let me turn to Deputy Pet. I think that we are so active. Deputy Pet, can you share the showcase important or best practice so that everyone can learn together? Is there any interesting case studies to reduce greenhouse gas emission? Any sample, please?
ขอบคุณ
Thank you. First of all, I would to thank DEI for inviting TGO today to join this panel discussion. So what is the showcase? Something which is close to me. Kun Thammasak mentioned about cement industry. They adapted very quickly when we set the target on GHG, which is called NDC. Cement industry was the first group that they will set target on GHG reduction by using hydraulic cement, cement, low carbon cement. At that time, we were thinking would it be possible or not, because the cost would be so high. But finally, whenever there was an adaptation, when they could adapt, everything can move forward. So showcase of the company and the product is quite close to me. It's quite clear, including several industries. They started to they start to evaluate carbon footprint. So by reducing GHG, there are some standards that can be reported, like sugar industry and our large corporations. Those are in set 50, set 100. They started to set target. Setting target is not without any principle. They need to use science-based target. If they compare with 1.5 degree, they have to look at the curve in order to achieve net zero by 2050, not beyond that. So whether Kun Decharut mentioned, how can we know that? By setting target and achieving the target, as Kun Yui mentioned, it's not greenwashing. I would rather explain that greenwashing, there are two angles, demand and supply. When we talk about carbon trade and carbon credit, they talk about demand first. Demand for those who purchase carbon credit objects, you have to show your determination for carbon reduction. For science-based, you have to reduce by 90%, comparing with carbon emission 2020, less than 10%, then you can use carbon sink in order to offset. And at present, anyone needs this target? No, because it's a long-term. It's a long-term strategy and planning. And later on, those who sell carbon credit have to have a credible system, not overestimate. So greenwashing, there are two aspects to greenwashing. So these two stakeholders need to declare themselves clearly that they are not greenwashing. Coming back to products, our products would have market value. You need to declare carbon footprint, I have to say that what will be pushing this forward? We subsidize fossil fuel, but we subsidize renewable energy as well. But something that we have not talked about is carbon pricing. You talk about carbon finance and talk about carbon financing because we have not created value for carbon. Whenever carbon becomes valuable, GHG or carbon emission will become cost. And in order to reduce gas, it will be benefit. So several projects that we thought that would not be feasible already passed that point. For case study, there are quite a lot of case studies. Thailand is probably most aware of CBAM, carbon border adjustment mechanism, when we export to Europe. EU said that Thailand is quite alert, more than EU themselves, because we have been impacted. I think it's a nature of Thai entrepreneurs. When they want to export goods, they are not directly impacted. As Dr. Decharut said, you have thousands of suppliers. In order to have non-tariff barrier in the system, because we face it WTO regulations as well. In order to have, by having non-tariff barrier, it forces suppliers to adapt. They are not interested in when, but when they order goods, they want low carbon goods from the source, rather than having carbon pricing. Supply chain management is important as well. It can optimize or integrate best way for adaptation. I agree. Setting target is another thing, but in terms of adaptation, how can we have a soft landing? We should maintain our trade competitiveness. Probably I didn't answer your question directly, but everything is relevant. I have one pending question. We see carbon trading in other countries, which is quite active. What about in Thailand? Coming back to Dr. Decharut, you talk about politics as well. Some mentioned that we want to make people feel that global warming is close to us, but some say that no, how to make a living is more important. Some say that we have to subsidize energy price, such as cooking gas, fossil fuel. So it seems like two things going in opposite way. How do you look at this problem? So how are we moving forwards? Because from political side, you have to manage sustainability. You have to help people to earn living as well.
In fact, we can look in different facets, but I would like to talk about two dimensions. The first dimension, I like you to understand. Actually, we do not need cheap products. We're not gonna walk out and buy the cheapest product in the market, but we buy the product according to our satisfaction or how we value those products. But the people in the society may value the product, or they may have affordability differently. So for the political side, if we hear the debate in the society, if we can increase the cost of living, it could hard to go and move on. So we have to prove to the public that the value added from doing adaptation or mitigation work, or how we move forward to low carbon society, it's worth enough comparing to the affordability or to pay. And the affordability to pay is from whom? So we have to do what's called segmentation. Which group are ready to pay? Let's say, because when we gonna announce the low carbon society, may some tourist group may interested, and when we talk about tourism, it may not that not all areas will be interested. Some province like Krabi province would like to do zero carbon, but while some province will not be interested. So segmentation is important. Once we segmentize, every group, so not all the group are ready. And we have to, next question is what kind of incentive that we can help some not ready, some group who are not ready. So once we give incentive and what we would think further, we have to think about co-benefits that will exist. For example, if we say that in the future there will be droughts and flood, and how we can help farmers to manage their water resource. So and the result is productivity. So how the farmers will emit sort of the greenhouse less. So again, segmentation, incentive for specific group and fit for a specific group, as well as the co-benefit analysis. That would really help us to set up the plan in a phasing time, and it could really help us to reduce the greenhouse gas emission. I used to do survey long time ago, about a decade ago. I will survey how Thai people are willing, how much charge that Thai people are willing to pay if it can reduce greenhouse gas. They said 5% higher. So we take that 5% to set up the plan. So the PDP 2023, how we can make sure that it's not going to be over than 5%. So in order to set a plan, we have to skip the questions, but we're not going to offer the cheapest price. But in the meantime, we should try to understand the concern, and how we can, the scope of concern, how we can manage the scope of concern. These could be the signal from society we have, and the political side has important role to communicate to the public. Otherwise, we cannot really change anything, because we're going to be be under the same mindset. But a little comments. So what we are talking right now, we talk about the cheapest price. It might be like that. A while ago, Kun Yui mentioned that actually there might be some subsidy and other factors from greenhouse gas pollution. It may impact to the health, and we haven't calculated those impacts. As Kun Thammasak compare coal and biomass, why biomass price is higher, because coal, we haven't calculated coal cost. So this is something that we have to amend. We haven't talked about management approach. Kun Sarinee will talk about how we do transform the power, and that can help reducing some costs. So for political side, we have to work on that. We try to lean the process, and it can go green in the same time. Let me ask you, if you talk about segmentation, and there might be a group of people who are willing to segmentize, like business sector, they might be over paranoid. They can adapt themselves. But some, talking about the public, they said they're not going to worry because some other factors will do. What about carbon tax? I'll come back to you again. If incentive and co-benefits doesn't work, what about carbon tax and how we implement that? Because I'd like to talk everyone. Kun Yui, Sarinee, talk about how we restructure the power price. So everyone will say that we have to rely on fossil base. During the transition, it's not easy. How you transform the power so that we can transition smoothly?
In fact, the answer is very simple. And this morning, some main issues have been mentioned by both speakers. I agree with both of them, except for when they presented, they did not give much weight what should be done first or later. So I would like to add that personally, I think that liberalization is the key word. Not only liberalization, when we talk about liberalization in energy sector, when we talk about renewable energy, you have to consider decentralization as well. If we look at IBNA or other research institute study about renewable energy, they said you have to talk about 3Ds: decarbonization, digitization, and decentralization. They have to go hand in hand. In Thailand, we talk about energy sector. We often focus on the first D. We need to decarbonize, but we have not give importance to digitization. In fact, Dr. Somkiat also mentioned about smart grid. It's not only about technology alone. It has to do with a third-party access. Some countries go as far as having market for grid optimization so that they can optimize grid. Decentralization is another key word. It would be connected with net metering or net billing. How can the public can generate power themselves? This is power security as well, but also public security. So we think that in Thailand, finally, we may have to look at these three words together in order to see what the real obstacles are, why we cannot liberalize, because we have our economic reason, external pressure, ability to compete is are there already. And I think it's the opportunity when you talk about decentralization, the general public are more aware of this. It is an opportunity. Decentralization doesn't mean self-management alone, but managing energy as well. Several countries started to use microgrid. It comes together with storage that have better technology. So personally, big issue is liberalization, but underneath that, it has to come with 3Ds. It can stimulate people to engage more. So I like that so much. We only thought about the only one the only decarbonization, but digitalization. So we can talk later on. Coming to Mr. Thammasak, SCG cannot work alone. There are so many suppliers, but in order to make the whole supply chain becoming low carbon is not easy. I would like Thammasak to share with us working together in supply chain, probably also talking about Saraburi sandbox. You started to implement already. What SDG is doing for the whole group? What are you doing?
ก็ต้อง
Well, I need to inform everyone that when we operate the business, we won't do everything from upstream down to downstream. We just take some part. We involve in some part. We have to rely on our suppliers. We have to rely on our business partners who are mostly in downstream side. So whenever we do, whatever we do, we have to really try to look in holistic manner. Let's say suppliers or partners, how to see if our partners or suppliers can adapt themselves well enough. So when we said we use biomass to replace coal. So reason that we are successful, their technology content, we have to apply innovation, because if we take the rice straw, we put a rice straw and upload on the truck to our factories, it's not economic. But if we compress a rice straw in a pallet in a and transport in a technology to our supply chain members, so that that will be the best way, because we will let suppliers to do it, and we buy those kind of energy pallet bag. The more that we can share the technology to the suppliers, that could really help strengthening our supply chain. So I think that if we have open collaboration, if we open the collaboration, actually we have done this for long. In many years, we come and discuss together what kind of technology content that we have, how we see opportunity, and we share the opportunity together. Or let's say if we want to initiate any new product or new innovation, we have to really consider, let's say our business partner or developer needs. Are they in the position that, because everyone would like to build a low carbon building, but people may understand that we have to use low carbon cement. We said, right, we have to use a low carbon to build the building, but there's other materials. Talk about design. We try to reduce the waste from the process, from the construction process, because there could in the construction process, it can contribute 20 plus, waste. But if you use digital technology to design in every process, every hour that we construct, to carry the plaster, to design or to build a wall. So if we sort of use computer, if we computerize the design, it can reduce 10% of the waste at least. So we have experiment in the nearby project in called One Bangkok project. So we use digital technology to manage our project for some buildings. We can reduce the waste. We can reduce the waste by more than 10 to 20%. So that could be the example. So our business partner, our clients, they want to go for low carbon. But if we can open the collaboration and if we can share the technology together, that will make all partners can overcome the challenges together. So we have to sort of have we have to have more and more open collaboration. So SCG, we have done work on SCG symposium every year, and this is a 10th year, and we can see the power of collaborations because and we discuss about challenges, and if we have opportunity, we come and sit down and talk together, and we try to create the most impactful, the biggest impact. And so if we have this kind of mindset, and if everyone can overcome and we won't leave no one behind, that could really that could help killing the problems or follow-up questions, because this is a big issue, how we can adapt ourselves to become net zero country. If we leave someone behind, and there might be some social issues or other problems. So this is how we have to help together. I would like Kun Thammasak to share about Salaburi Sandbox. It's more or less like we shrink Thailand into one province, one area that we can manage, one area easier because there's less stakeholders. Once we and what are the results in terms of low carbon decarbonization? So talking about Salaburi Sandbox, it's resulted from the idea a year ago that we create a SCG symposium and we invite all stakeholders. And this year there are 500 participants, and we spend months to brainstorm together. And one of the ideas, actually, let me walk you back. Actually, we would like to improve Thailand GDP and lower carbon emission. Right now, Thailand GDP increased, but carbon emission increase higher. This is not sustainable. When we look at the successful country, they can increase GDP but lower carbon. But looking in Thailand, we have a complicated context. So we start to select one province and select the most difficult area to try. So we select Salaburi because look at the capacity of cement. They emit a lot of carbon in Salaburi province, and good thing that we could get collaboration from not only SCG, all cement producers help in this project. So we have encouragement, and we think that open collaboration works. So once we said that we're gonna make Salaburi province become low carbon cities, we have to really look at the strength of Salaburi province. So the strength of Salaburi province, number one, it has a lot of sun, and there's a lot of clean energy with a big space. But a problem on the grid line, because the grid is not liberalized or open. So number one, if we can maximize the solar installation, we can generate a lot of energy, and we jointly use the grid. So we have done grid urbanization. There might require some investment for bottleneck process, and we have to look at the stability of the grid, because if we install a solar cell, so the grid will be full of energy, but when the rain comes, the power will go down. Grid storage is very important. Number one, we said we have to increase asset utilization of the grid. For electricity grid, it's the biggest asset that we underutilize. We have to work on this. It will follow with the investment, and this is how we can get the clean, the most the clean energy that Salaburi can generate. Another strength in Salaburi is farming, agriculture. We're not gonna talk about hydrogen. We just focus on agriculture. So we have biomass, we have rice straw. So these kind of product can be used, and we can compress to energy pellets, and we can distribute this kind of energy, and we try to utilize this idea, and how we can make sure that Salaburi province can maintain the urbanization. There could be attractive urban, because the grassroots economy still require tourism or eco system tourism. We can combine the energy sort of cultivation and ecosystem, and we can use chicken feces to produce hydrogen. And for cement producers group will help together and to create produce low carbon cement. This can help lower the carbon more. So reason that we select Salaburi, because we like to experiment by looking at or considering the strength of Salaburi and see any policy that block our work, any policy which is needed to be amended. And if we invite the public sector, and we get good collaboration from all sectors to help together to solve the problem. And if we can successfully experiment it in Salaburi, I think that legal amendment or liberalize the network, the grid network, what kind of investment that we have to put, any amendment that we have to make. If we be successful in Salaburi, we can escalate to other cities. And the collaboration between public and private sectors, civil societies, as well. I think that is very pleased to hear. And there might be something that we have to discuss. We have to make a lot of discussions. And I get to know that the day that we present the plan, until now, we still have a bi-weekly sort of meeting in order to keep monitoring and to see the progress. And there's a lot of problem. The law that we have to amend, who's going to invest, how we're going to liberalize a lot of things. And this is a good phenomenon. If we can do it, I think that Thailand still has hope, especially if we have CBAM border adjustment mechanism. If we have CBAM, and if we can have low carbon industry, and this is the way that we can increase our competitiveness. All right. So at the end, we will ask each of you about 3 quick wins, and I would like to ask Kun Thammasak on this. So the key successful sector to drive Salaburi model and sandbox exists. You said that we have it's not easy to change regulations. What are the key important factors? Now let me come to carbon credit. Many countries issue the bond, or they issue the fund, they trade carbon credit, but it's not really active in Thailand. I'm not so sure whether we are not active in Thailand. What about Deputy Pet, please?
In regard to carbon credit, there are 2 types. The first one is reduction, and another type is removal, such as forests and CCUS, carbon capture, utilization and storage. They call it similarly as carbon credit, but in fact, they are different since Kyoto Protocol, because the way you apply it is different. For reduction, installing solar panels. In the past, they would receive carbon credit. Financial barriers and technology technology barriers are high, but now these barriers do not exist. Your project might not receive additionality. In order to use carbon credit as an additional income, in order to make projects feasible, most people would understand that, the general public would understand that our projects that reduce carbon, you ask TGO to give you carbon credit. Then if you don't agree, someone will call and complain why they are not eligible for carbon credit. Now, coming back to greenwashing, it has to do mainly with forest in the other Ministry of Natural Resource, because TGO is under this ministry for afforestation. We have to, so it could be some technical terms, but government agency can jointly invest with the departments. We don't allow private sector to carry out afforestation, because why? We don't want to plant so many carbon sinking trees. So why Ministry of Natural Resource charge price quite high for land use? So we need to have different varieties that can have biodiversity, not alien trees. They can absorb a lot of carbons, but not suitable for that location. After greenwashing, after you claim those trees would disappear. This is what Monterey and Forest Department and Department of National Parks and Department of Coastal Resources are concerned. So they have a lot of regulations. Most people misunderstood that they allow private sector to exploit the area. So I helped them to draft the regulation. So that's it about greenwashing and about using forest for carbon sinking. Our carbon credit by the market is not active. After COP26, there have been more carbon trading because our company set the target for carbon neutral and carbon zero. But anyone offset this or not? Not yet. Why? Because offsetting methods at UN level is not clear what method should be used, what carbon of what year. Maybe you purchase carbon from 10 years ago and you offset this. It's not about carbon intensity at that period of time. So this is also greenwashing. Greenwashing started from Kyoto Protocol by not allowing carbon trade in order to increase their own carbon emission. But it's like a warning on a label of some drinks. So you might not read warning labels, but these mechanisms are ready. But as I mentioned, Kun Yui mentioned about 4Ds. I would like to add another one, regulation. We don't have any regulations. Yes. As I mentioned, if we do not regulate in order to have carbon pricing, why we want to increase the cost if customers demand don't want any low carbon. As Kun Thammasak mentioned, customers want this. They want low carbon cement. So you have to comply because you want to sell your products. But now there is no clear regulatory agency. You have to produce carbon not exceeding what limit. But whatever carbon trade that is going on, because it depends on the supply chain. Otherwise, you cannot sell. So in regard to liquidity or carbon credit, can have market value. It depends on demand side. So the demand side will determine this. Thank you so much. You talk about 3Ds and the last D, deregulate. But which regulation though? That can help to push for low carbon society. Coming back to carbon tax, if for voluntary measures, sometimes some groups are active, extremely active, and other groups may think that others will do the work. For carbon tax, it might not be so difficult for incentive. But if you want to implement, I'm not saying at what scale, if you want to implement and ask for all four of you, what would be the outcome? What are the pros and cons? Start from Dr. Decharut first.
คิดว่ามัน
But I think that it's now time. It's time. Actually, the previous election, the political party has policy to identify the ceiling to emit the greenhouse gas, and this will be the less interesting policy. And we've been attacked, and very few people talk about this. And we did not expect, and we thought that we'll have a lot of comments. Let me explain again that how the political side has our own responsibility. Now let's talk about carbon tax. I rather use the word carbon pricing because it has a cost. It could be tax, or it could be how we can trade in ETS. That could be the details how to design the tax. But it's time that we should have this kind of carbon tax or carbon pricing. For me, actually in the next 5 to 10 years, it will not impact a lot in terms of monetary or how we can really reduce the carbon immediately. That's not an issue. But carbon pricing has 5 sort of impacts. Number one is to signal to people in the country that we have something that we have to reduce. It's not going to penalize any group of people, but this is something that we have to help together, because if we have low high carbon, it may not in your cost, but it may be some other cost. So this is the first thing. Number two, we have to talk about the second mission. We have to fine tune the mechanism and make it balanced. The tax may not be complicated, but for EGS they may be so complicated. So we have to sort of gradually work. For the second one, it will impact to the third one and the fourth one. So when we working on the second factor, is just to practice or to prepare ourselves to be ready for international regulations. And
กติการะหว่างประเทศเนี่ย
for it's in the meantime, once we have commitment for number one, and if we start the number two, we will have more negotiation power in the international environmental forum. Thailand haven't started yet, and we don't have any proof yet. So we can say that we already implemented, even though we can achieve, we get some achievement, but this is something that we can say something. We can tell that we have that could be a burden, and that could be a barrier. For example, like Sabri model or sandbox, if we can achieve the success, we might say that we rather go for that direction. And I think that this is how we can add negotiation power in the international forum. So we can do we need to have green job. We need to have a lot of capable or knowledgeable people. We need sort of knowledgeable people. But if we do not signal to the public, we will not have knowledgeable people. And if we don't have mechanism, and so these kind of 4 mechanism interlinked together, we signal, we have green job, we have people to work in green job in order to improve mechanism. And we can say, we can recommend in the international forum with confidence. Oh, this is how we can debate with people. And if we these are the sample, these are the policy in our policy. We already mentioned during the election days. we have a little technical difficulties.
บอกไปเลยเนาะ
We have technical difficulty. Okay, that's fine. All right. So we're not going to penalize any group, and finally, it can lead to the trust. Trust is so important that in order to move forward. So for me, I think that is time, but I like to fine tune how we can adapt and adjust ourselves. It's not about the tax and the price that could lead to the change, but this is something that we all agree that we will help together. So we will move step by step. We're not gonna so let me skip to Deputy Pet. Any country any country that they apply this kind of approach, please.
ในประเด็นอันเนี้ย
For on this particular issue about carbon tax or EGS in EU, they are using it, especially developed countries, they are using very high carbon tax, such as Sweden, $127 per ton. But before they change carbon tax, what happened is that they adjust the tax structure first. They didn't top up. Not all of a sudden, they collect $127. It would undermine their competitiveness. So by adjusting tax structure is very important. We need to deregulate. Why we need to deregulate? When we want to use any mechanism, we cannot use the traditional concept. Excise tax cannot be calculated the same way. We use carbon emission adjustment or not. If we do, how can we adjust the structure? Whenever we fill E20 gasoline, we have been subsidized by 20, but we are paying 80. So we must be able to see that. Now we are competing with subsidy, both fossil and renewable, but we have not create barriers for those who have emission. We cannot create barriers for those who cause emission. I would like to thank TDRI. The reason for coming here is that I want to mention this. So if there was no topic about carbon tax, I wouldn't come, of course. But our datum line is below. If we adjust our datum so that fossils have barrier, and then reduce the subsidy for renewable, we cannot look from only one dimension because everything is interconnected. For coal power plant, we can have coal power plant until 2001 is fine, but do we have anything to capture carbon? If abatement technology, calculating cost of power generation, coal power generation is not the current cost. You have carbon emission, but whenever you can capture, you don't have to pay tax, carbon tax, but you have to pay for that technology for carbon capturing and storage. If we look at the outcome by adjusting the regulation, we can tell how can we move to green growth. And as I mentioned, there's a curve that can make it smoother. More importantly, we will not lose our potential. Government formulating policy, they always consider economic impact. Even we adjust the number of NDC to 30 to 40, we also calculate microeconomic impact as well. It must not have impact on competitiveness as well. So what the government is doing, the government is considering private sector in pushing the economy forward. Everything is interconnected and they have their own specific conditions. Come to Mr. Sarinee, please. So first of all, I agree with the competitiveness is very important, especially in the transition period. Other than competitiveness, we have to talk about fairness during transition period or transition justice and climate justice. How can, if we need to have higher costs, no one should be carrying this burden too much. So I listened this morning, Dr. Somkiat talk about carbon tax under Tdri. So roughly there are two parts, carbon tax collected under CBAM and carbon tax for energy sector. I have different idea. I don't know that much, but I just started to study for CBAM. It's quite straightforward. If we don't collect money, we would be wasting money for EU. In financial terms, you would be leaving money on the table. Why should we allow them to earn money rather than us? We need to have a process for helping SME or supply chain. So CBAM is quite straightforward. And another advantage, some may think that CBAM would affect only relevant industries, but they may expand further. Look at the positive side, it could trigger incentives for having carbon accounting, that they can be more aware and they find to rely on more international standards. SME also need help on this. Whatever if we consider fairness, we have to attach more importance to SME. How can we help them? Don't set strict regulations as strict as large company or CBAM. It has its own reasons, but I have some level of concern in collecting carbon tax for energy sector. As Deputy Pet mentioned, it's quite complex. And while we are having subsidy, it could be on top. So I talk from consumer perspective. So tomorrow electricity will be more expensive or not. This is a question which is quite important as well. Some countries, if I'm not mistaken, in Australia, they are trying to collect this tax, but they abolish this. Not all countries could collect carbon tax. If they understand that general public would have to bear the burden, they have no mechanism to support. Firstly, we have to compare with competitiveness and burden that will be put on the general public, or any assistance mechanism or in regarding fund. Those who suffer can be helped or not. Another point is that pricing is important as well. In financial aspect, if price is really low, there is no incentive for adaptation. In practice, some may wonder how much. I think that personally, no matter how you calculate, this is only approximate. The impact from climate change exceeds human capability to calculate. No matter how you count, the actual numbers are higher. You don't have to go that far. So what number that can create incentive for private sector to adjust to become low carbon? And secondly, we still maintain our competitiveness, and we can help those who have to bear the burden if we want to talk about carbon tax. Thank you so much. For business sector, if there's carbon tax, there would be impact. Mr. Thammasak, how do you look at this?
First off, I like to say that for business sector, I'd like to show the sample in different countries who apply carbon tax. What did they do? We follow European countries who work on carbon tax. In some countries, they charge $100, and some countries like in the US, rather than using carbon tax, but they give incentive. They thought that how we can encourage their or make their industry become competitive. And if they are competitive, how they could start to invest in green infrastructure and and use green technologies. So if they can achieve these two for long term, their industry will be competitive in the long term, and they can select to provide subsidize, and they will select they will set up the carbon tax and CBAM. So we have to look at our countries. If we follow European countries, if we set up CBAM to collect tax. If we go for that route, the question is, and how we use the money. If we use the money that we collect to create green technology or green infrastructure, if we can correlate, this is how the industry will be strengthened. Or if we followed the US saying that the government will provide subsidy, the government subsidize if you invest in green hydrogen or in carbon capturing or solar or energy storage, they will get subsidized from the government. And this is how they create green industry and green infrastructure. And then they will set up the carbon tax. So there are two models right now in this world. So what about China? In China, the government also support. They support through state-owned on green infrastructure. For example, the battery industry or solar industry, because China is biggest producer. So their cost for green industry and green product is cheapest compared to other countries. And for us, whether we apply carbon tax, yes, if the US is ready, they will do carbon tax, but their cost is already competitive, and Europe start first. You can see that many people move from European country to the US. So some start to move to the US, and look in a European country, they still adapt themselves in terms of subsidy, in terms of something similar to IRA. So in order to implement our measures, if we move to carbon trade or ETS, carbon trade or ETS, it might be complicated, but that will make us become carbon trade. Mean each industry can release or emit this amount, and they have to and this is how we smoothen the transition. And if they perform well, they can sell the credits. If they did bad, they have to pay the cost. So we will control the impact in the industry for a while, because we would like to decarbonization. And we apply different approach, it will create de-industrialization. That's why for Salaburi, Sandbox is a forum of knowledge sharing. In order to make sure that everyone in the supply chain can adapt themselves. If we de-industrialization mean you don't need this kind of industry in Thailand. I think if we want to go for carbon tax, the money that we take from this out from the system, we have to reinvest in green infrastructure. For what? In order to gain long-term competitiveness. Otherwise, we may take or otherwise we will dry the process. And I think that the regulation is important because we don't need it doesn't require investment, and we can get high return, but it's kind of hard to discuss. Thank you so much. So we have about 12 minutes to go. I think that finally, I'd like to ask each speakers to leave some key takeaway. What are the urgent matters in order to do so that to go for low carbon? Because first off is to the regulation. There are 100,000 of laws, and we can see slow progress. Let me ask each of you to spend 3 minutes. Deputy Pet, please.
Thank you. First of all, as I mentioned, we have to look at carbon pricing. In order to include into the system, we need the regulation. And finally, investment support, whether BOI or EEC, that can deregulate at area level. Otherwise, in the end, investment will go away from our country. Coming back to pricing, carbon pricing, what would be suitable number for IMF? According to the report in 2019, it mentioned $75. This is 2019 information. Not adjusting discount rate yet. If you want to achieve 1.5 degree, you have to charge $75 to $100. This is global average. But based on the study by Nobel Prize winner economist, has to be $400 in 2,100. We have to calculate discount rate. And when we think about investment, but this Nobel Prize winner economists calculate loss and damages as well. So no one know the carbon price is what factors are taken into consideration. We look at loss and damage. You have to look at social cost of carbon as well. So finally, today's investment might be higher than usual because there's no subsidy. There are no barriers for fossil. But we have to look at today's investment in order to mitigate impact on future investment climate. It's not something as you said. It's impossible to change technology tomorrow. We have to look 10 years up to 50 years ahead. Climate is long-term issue. Yeah, today's investment might be high. Have to adjust and look at the future. How can future business go ahead and destroying environment? It would cap the growth as well. So as Kun Thammasak mentioned, economic growth is higher and destroying environment and GHG has to reduce. So cost of doing nothing is higher than cost of doing something now. Mr. Thammasak, please.
For me, I have 3 key takeaways. I think I have to move the microphone closer to my mouth. Can you hear me now? Yes. All right, 3 key takeaways. Number 1, I believe that creating demand of low carbon products, I like the government sort of owns the project. I like the government focus on low carbon products or invest in this mindset because if the government would not take major responsibilities, it's going to be hard. We cannot really start, and it did not require a big investment. And we like to focus on green infrastructure. This is to reduce the cost for industries, and this is how we can enhance the competitiveness about green infrastructure. And the 3rd key takeaway is to leave no one behind. This is a big issue. No matter look at the current economy that caused a lot of problem. Look at the interest rate and the national disaster. Vulnerable people will have the most impact. So the government should help supporting in this regard. So government procurement, green infrastructure, and leave no one behind. I like that. So the government should take the biggest responsibility.
So it's difficult to answer. Personally, I don't think there's any quick win. Whatever that can be done quickly, we have already done that. Now it's only slow win, but we need to do it anyway. But if, according to the timeline, in order to this from less to more, personally, I think that sending clear signal that we are serious about this is important. For instance, telling international community that we want to achieve net zero in 2050. No reason for extending another 15 years. 15 years is a very long time. And during that time, it's similar to some electric train project. There's no reason. And also it has to do with competitiveness as well. We talk about 2065, but our trade competitors, some companies 2030. So we should increase our ambitions by giving promise to the international community. It can trigger thinking about competitiveness. Secondly, liberalization, deregulation. Personally, I think that the sequence is important as well. If we not liberalize, we deregulate first, we would have those who monopolize and having free lunch. But for instance, if we were in that status, we reduce carbon tax further, then it would pass on the cost to the consumers immediately, because with the market with low competitiveness, by ranking is important as well. I agree with you that carbon tax will happen, but we have to look clearly and set priorities, what comes first and or later. Personally, I think liberalization and having true competitiveness is very important. I'm talking about energy sector in order to create competitive atmosphere and with the right incentive. And finally, similar to the previous speaker, not leaving anyone behind. I would like to emphasize that when we say not leaving not leaving anyone behind is quite abstract. Something that there's low-hanging fruits, such as clean energy. Today, international community is not interested in this. Even large projects such as large dam, said that if we could the are coming are integrated in Europe. Other than CBAM, they are issuing corporate sustainability diligence, which will require large corporations to carry out environmental and human rights due diligence, which can be big issues. We need to watch out. Thailand is an open country. We have a lot of trading partners. These are 3 areas that we need to work on. So, and with Dr. Decharut, please.
กลับไป address ที่แต่ละท่านพูดนะ
We address of what everyone says. I can't agree more. So this is to clear about the subsidy issue. This is one kind of pricing that we have to clear together. The issue to subsidize the fossil fuel or tax issues. So what direction that we should go for? So tax and subsidy. This is something that we have to really take immediate action to clear. If there will be carbon tax or ETS, I agree with Kun Thammasak that all the costs from this whatever you call, we should invest in 2 things. Number one, we should invest to develop a technology innovation, and another one, we should use that money to help those who've been impacted. This is the issue that Kun Sarinee already mentioned at the end. So these 2 things are should be cleared, and we're not going to spend much time to start the discussion, but we can have a long talk, but we should start our discussion. Actually, we talked about this issue 5 years ago, but we let's say like the tax structure that Deputy Pet said, we haven't seriously talked about this in the past 5 years. And finally, that I just introduced that the how we can create the debate environment. Let's say if the political side should create a debate discussion. Debate doesn't mean who are good and bad or who is right or wrong. But in order to debate, we should discuss about the issue seriously. So after and the debate could lead to responsibility from the political side, no matter which party you are, the government side or the opposition parties, and let the public make decision in the House of Representatives or for the next election. So this is something that we have to debate. No one's right or wrong, 100%. So all of these will be in the frame that we are going forward. So let me end, and I agree with Kun Yui that we cannot explain that Thailand, we have made some progress, and a lot of people said Thailand is small country, but I'm not really, I quite disagree, because we make some progress, and we should commit to move forward. If we say that we're gonna achieve the target, if we're gonna achieve delay to achieve the target, that's not good soft power, because we're not gonna sell a cultural product. But soft power means how much reliability that we have in the international forum. So I think that everyone, all speakers, share a very good summary. Thank you. We spent 1 minute and 29 minutes 24 seconds, meaning that we managed the time efficiently. Well, so we will debate together in order to find a solution, which direction that we would go in order to go for low carbon society. Big round of applause to all speakers, please.
ค่ะขอบคุณทุกท่านมากเลย
Thank you so much. Please give another big round of applause. So that's the end of the panel discussion. Thanking our panelists and Dr. Wip for being a moderator. And there were a lot of interesting information on climate financing, carbon pricing, and also issues related to politics and finance in order to become low carbon economy. 1 hour and 25 minutes was really worthwhile for everyone. So today we have reached the end of the event. 3 books. We would like to invite all of you to fill out a feedback form in order to evaluate today's event. For those of you who are here on site and those who are online, and you will have an opportunity to win the book, the climate book from Greta Thunberg. And the lucky one will be contacted by us. So the prize is very interesting. So you can download this QR code and fill out the evaluation form, and you would be eligible to win the book. On behalf of TDRI, I would like to thank all of you for joining us today since this morning, both who are here with us here at Samyan Midtown and those who are participating online. I hope that today's event will be interesting for you, and see you again at annual TDI annual public conference in 2024. You can follow our channels whether through Facebook or TDI website. Before leaving the event, we have a badge to be given to you. If you want to download, you can bring back there. But for the badge, please put on your desk, or you may return to our staff upon your exit. And finally, I would like to say goodbye. Please go home safely. See you next year. Bye-bye.